Good morning and welcome to round 6 of the Trips.uk British Supermoto Championship, held here at a sunny Oliver's Mount here in Scarborough. My name's Danielle and joining me for this weekend is Bradley Hicks.
Hello everybody.
And we will be bringing you all the action from this round of our British Supermoto Championship. Out on track currently we have our mini bike all-comers race. Now, if you're not already, make sure that you're following us over on Instagram at British Supermoto, as well as our Facebook page for the British Supermoto Championship. And on YouTube, if you're watching live now, you make sure you're following TNL Sports. If not, you'll be able to go back and catch up on all the action from the previous few rounds that we've had here.
And of course you can follow us on Instagram as well, at British Supermoto, for your daily dose of Supermoto action then. So on Instagram, at British Supermoto, and we'll give you live updates and of course highlights as well.
So here are our championship standings for our academy. Currently leading that is the number 79 of Jackson Bennett on 250 points, followed by Archie Ormrod, Archie Reynolds, Leon Tall and Leon Pearson.
Isabel Wingate, Blake Wilson, Max Rhodes, Lily Rhodes and Harris Tall on 157 points rounds out the top 10.
Our novice championship currently being headed by the number 311 of Jake Sayer, then followed by Neil Meelan, Oliver Ross, Simon Wadsworth and Jason Slater. He had a good day yesterday.
Oliver Granger on the 186 bike on 170 points, not too far adrift then behind Jason Slater, Dax Ullman, Paul Baxter, Peter Wadsworth and Kevin Carruthers.
Next up is our Clubman Championship. So we've got the 58 Automotive Solutions rider of Craig Forshaw, currently sat on 248 points, followed by the Trips.uk rider Harley Sharp and team boss Chris Walker closely behind. Then we've got the number 188 of Seth Gibson and Kyle Eccleston on board that Bathmate machine.
The 666 machine in 6th position on 202 points, Tara Pennington then, and only 5 points behind him then Paul Reynolds, Paul Groom, Chris Lambourne and Duncan Wright on the 111 machine.
And our Trips.uk British Supermoto Championship currently being led by the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. However, the big news for this weekend is he is out with an injury, with a broken leg, so we're wishing him well. Then following him is teammate 54 of Richard Blakeman. Then we've got Chris Hodgson, the number 1, and Jay Smith. Then following them is the Trips UK rider of Richard Sharp.
79 Peter Bennett, 42 Oliver Holmes, then it's Alex Mullaney, Dean Hillier, and rounding out the top 10, number 94 Lee Williams.
So our today's action, we've got the schedule here. So we'll be kicking it off with our live stream at 12 o'clock with race 1 of our C group riders. Then we'll have our B group, followed by the A's, and then our academy race 1 just before we take a break for lunch. Then we'll be kicking things back off again around 2 o'clock for race 2. So we'll have another block of races, a little break at around 3:15, and then our final block of races should kick off around 20 to 4, with the action finishing off around 20 to 5.
Yep, an action-packed programme then for everybody here today, and of course yourselves at home, wherever you may be watching, but I'm really looking forward to it. I don't know about you, Danielle.
So what we'll do now is we will take a look at our Super Pole that happened a little bit earlier on this morning. So we'll get ready for our riders to head out for Super Pole. We're just having a look to see which riders made it to the cut. So out first we should have the 217 of Richard Sharp, our Trips UK rider, on board that KTM 450. Following him we should have the 33 of Jay Smith. Then in third was the number of 100 Alex Mullaney, and then we have the 54 of Richard Blakeman, and our fastest time setter in qualifying was number 1 of Chris Hodgson.
So here we go, looking at number 217 here, Richard Sharp on the Trips.uk machine, just ready for his Super Pole lap then, outside in towards Farm Bends then, before we get this lap underway then. But Richard Sharp, as you mentioned there, is, before we went for the Super Bowl session is second in the championship coming into this weekend, but in effect he's inherited the lead, hasn't he there?
He has. So our current championship leader out this weekend with a broken leg, so that's the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, so we're wishing him the best to get well soon. But now the 217 of Richard Sharp makes his way across the line for the start of his hot lap.
So, of course, the track has changed a little bit from last year there, hasn't it? I know from what I was understanding earlier on as well, that the jump, in the first of the off-road sections is a little bit bigger from last year, and the infield section here on the banking as well, opposite the start-finish line, is also a little bit different as well. But these guys, of course, will be getting in their eye in, and, well, Richard Sharp is the first man on the circuit here, putting in his fastest lap.
Yeah, so we've still got that banking section that we just saw Richard go through, then we've got an infield section in what is usually the paddock here at Oliver's Mount. So that's 2 quite tight hairpins. Then he'll make his way down to the new and improved off-road. So huge tabletop. All the riders absolutely loving this yesterday, myself included, through this off-road. Then we've got an inside and outside line there with a little hump on the inside as they make their way back up into Farm Bends.
Yeah, onto the tarmac section then before we head into the second of the dirt sections, and then a quick left. Of course, ordinarily on the road circuit, just carry on straight across the start-finish line, but these Supermoto machines then onto the banking for the second of the off-road sections. But number 217 here, Richard Sharp, he's looking smooth and he's looking clean, isn't he?
He is. Richard Sharp, very at home in all this off-road. So he's managed to do a 1:14.295 on his hot lap, but we'll now catch up with teammate 33 of Jay Smith. We can see that banking section back onto the tarmac in the paddock and then into that infield section.
A 1:14.2 then is the benchmark set, and 4 more guys then, the first of which, number 33, we're looking at on screen here, Jay Smith, looking to better that one. So Jay Smith at 1:14.2 as he heads into the first of the dirt sections and over that big tabletop, as you mentioned there, and well, getting quite a bit of air, to say the least, as he heads in towards this tight right hairpin. Everybody seems to be going for that inside line there. Was that preferred yesterday? Yeah,
a lot of the faster riders were preferring that inside line, saying it was about a second to a 0.5 quicker than round the outside. So we'll see if that's true today. See if anyone opts for the outside line in their Super Bowl lap.
Here we go then, into the second of the dirt sections, coming towards the close of the lap. Then again, outside line there, carrying that momentum down the drop and then onto the road once more. Power down across the line. And what have we got here for the number 33 of Jay Smith?
It wasn't faster than his teammate. He did a 1:14.353. So currently we have Richard Sharp followed by Jay Smith, but it's now the 100 of Alex Mullaney. One of our big senders across that jump yesterday. I think he was jumping about 26 metres yesterday across that jump.
That's not bad, is it? 10 out of 10 for style there for Alex Mullaney, number 100. Of course, former British under-21 champion as well, I think I'm right in saying.
Yep, he is. He's an ex-academy champion and under-21s champion for the last couple of years. On board that TM Leeds UK 450 machine. All these riders now taking that split lane as well, taking the inside, which then leads them to the outside line here. That wasn't split yesterday, but I can see they've popped some cones down the middle now, and we'll see what Alex has done. Unfortunately, it wasn't faster, so he's done a 1:15.4, so really fastest is still Richard Sharp.
Richard Blakeman then on the Fat and Fast racing machine, number 54, that makes his way into the first of the dirt sections, then over the big tabletop, then bit of a dab on the rear brake before into this left-hander, get the brakes on for this tight right-hander, using the berm then to good use before heading back onto the tarmac through this Farm Bend section. Bit of a kick from the rear wheel there as well.
Yeah, Richard absolutely inch perfect through the off-road, slightly spin up as he came off the off-road, getting all that dust off those tyres, but flat out up that hill. There is a bit of a mound of grass on the inside as they head up there. I know a lot of riders were hitting that yesterday, but again, he's taken the different line there, so he took the outside line to head around the top, and it has put him in third with a 1:14.5.
Chris Hodgson, the TM Leeds UK number 1 machine then. He has got plenty of work to do then, but he's out of the first of the dirt sections in towards Farm Bends, flicking that machine underneath him with relative ease then. Into the second of the dirt sections we go then. Some pretty impressive lean angle there as he goes into the dirt section there, throws it sideways, and again, 10 out of 10 for style points.
Yeah, got that TM Leeds UK machine absolutely sideways in those 40th anniversary colours as well. And is it fast enough? It was. He's done a 1:13.3. So our grid will stand. We will have Chris Hodgson on pole for race 1, followed by the T17 Richard Sharp on second. Then we have the 33 of Jay Smith in third, the 54 of Richard Blakeman in fourth, and then rounding out our top 5 is the number 100 of Alex Mullaney. So you join us with our first race of the day. So our C Group riders making their way down onto that embankment section. It looks like we've got the number 164 of Sean Jones out in front there.
Well, Sean Jones, 164, the man who qualified in the middle of that front row then, as they make their way sort of into the sunlight then. The 164, as you said there correctly, Danielle, it's Sean Jones out in front, leading quite a few riders in this one. We've got over 20 riders in this particular race then, all fighting for position as it went down towards the first corner, but that was then and this is now, and it is Sean Jones at the front of this race then, in towards this sharp right-hander, and interestingly enough, everybody using the outside berm.
Yeah, a lot of the C Group riders found it a lot smoother to take that inside. Those more competent on the off-road were able to utilise that and take the inside. I had a few people cut up the inside of me there. So off the line, our pole sitter was the 67 of Keith Topless. Now, he's not managed to convert that into a whole shot. He's currently sat there in fourth behind Dan Spencer, and it looks like we've got Oliver Granger sat in second. So as they cross the line now for the first time, that's a full lap completed. It is the 164 of Sean Jones, followed by Oliver Granger, Dan Spencer and Keith Topless.
Absolutely, there's a make the way in towards the paddock section once more. So Topless then, who leads this particular 167, 164, 186. That's the top 3 at this stage.
Now, they're all really, really close in this first couple of laps. You can see there, just as they head down before that banking, there is a bit of a pothole there where the two areas of tarmac meet, so a few people either taking inside or outside of that to try and not tuck a front. But there we've got the 41, I think that is Noah Guillory, so good start from him. I think he's actually currently in front of one of our elite riders, of Ian Bremner, so he's currently nursing an injury, just out there to pick up some points and ride what has been an absolutely cracking track.
Yeah, certainly that tabletop there is very impressive, to say the very least, as they make the way out of the first of the dirt sections and in towards Farm Bends before going over to the right-hand side, a quick flick to the left, and they're back into the second of the dirt sections. But we're watching the number 164 there of Sean Jones, who leads this particular race at this stage then. 7 laps to go, it'll soon be 6 laps to go when they cross the line in just a moment's time then. A little bit of air on the drop down onto the tarmac once more.
Yeah, Sean with a nice bit of breathing room now over Oliver Granger, currently sat in second, but definitely keeping the pressure on there in the mid-pack. So this really tight corner as they come under the trees, and there is that pothole I mentioned. Down the banking, it's quite loose there, so take it wide to then square themselves up to head back up onto the banking. So there was nice rut forming there yesterday. You see them all head out then down into our paddock infield section, which has been amended slightly from yesterday, so it's less tight and twisty and a little bit more flowing and fast.
Certainly do pick up a lot of speed there, don't they, out of the corner then in towards the first of the dirt sections. And what kind of speeds are you going to be hitting along this straight?
Oh, it's hard to say. We don't have speedos on these race bikes, but I'd probably say about 60-70 mile an hour under those trees, then hard on the brakes to then make that left-hander into our new off-road.
Well, Sean Jones then is still leading this one and looking to extend that advantage at the front of the race then. Over, is that the 167 machine, sorry, of Keith Topless there in second, did you say, sorry?
No, so that's Oliver Granger. We've got Oliver Granger,
my apologies,
Dan Spencer and then Keith Topless. Granger's definitely closed that gap now to Jones. Keeping an eye on Sean, it looks like he's actually running a front wet, which with all this off-road probably isn't doing him any harm. But yeah, it looks like he is running a front wet on there, Michelin block pattern.
Interesting choice.
Yeah, definitely. I did see a few riders yesterday running wets on the front or even full wets. We didn't have much hard tarmac on the tyres, so there's no sort of fast and flowing corners that can really chew the tyres up, so they weren't at much of a disadvantage. And if anything, it just offers a little bit more confidence to all this off-road that's quite dusty this morning.
Almost skimming the safety barrier there on the left-hand side as they get the power down into the paddock section of this Oliver's Mount circuit, then out of it and in towards the dirt section in just a second then for your race leader of Sean Jones then. And the duo at the front of this one have a 1.2 second advantage over the 236 bike of Dan Spencer, who currently rounds out the podium positions at this stage then. But with 4 laps to go, it's all to play for.
Yep, so it is Sean Jones leading. However, it is the number 34 of Ian Bremner who's at the back of that pack that currently has the fastest lap, doing a 1:23.555. So our elite rider able to show the speed but not able to find a way past Keith Topless, who currently sits in front of him on board that TM.
It's a bit of a breakaway top 5, and you've got them all in your picture then. The leading 2 right in the foreground there, Sean Jones and Owen Granger then, but also running out the top 5 then, we've got Spencer Topless, and then the number 34 there, is it? It's Ian Remner, who is the fastest man on the circuit, so it's all tightening up at the front.
Yeah, that gap back to Noah Guillory opening up slightly, so about 1.8 seconds across the line there from this front pack, but it is still Oliver Granger pushing Sean Jones at the front as they head up through the off-road. Granger on board that Husqvarna as they head into our paddock section. There's nothing between them, definitely keeping him honest.
Sean Jones leading this one from the front naturally, but Owen Granger doing everything he can to try and take the reins on this race then. 1.5 seconds was the gap last time around between Owen Granger and the 236 of Dan Spencer, but 2.5 laps to go then, and I'm sure that gap will be closing up on this particular lap as well.
Yeah, it would be nice to see Oliver Granger get a little bit close to Sean and maybe try that inside line, see if he can actually carry a little bit more speed. There is a bit of hump on the exit to try and slow them down, but it does even those lines up quite a lot, and if he has got a little bit more off-road prowess, he might be able to use that to his advantage. We do also have the split lane in our second off-road, so the riders have to pick either inside or outside. So Sean and Oliver, all they're taking the outside line to then hop off back down onto the start-finish straight.
There we can see at the bottom of your screen just how close these guys are lapping there. So a 1:23.964 is the fastest lap personally for Sean Jones then, but the fastest man on the circuit, as we mentioned, the men, is the man on number 34, Ian Remner, 1:23.5, as they make their way in towards the paddock section once more. 0.5 second is the gap.
Yeah, there's nothing between these top 5, and with only 3 laps to go, I think if someone's going to make a move, they are really going to have to try and force the issue. So just coming up there on one of our back markers, that was May Chalice making her way up to the off-road section. So you've got brake really hard, then down the banking. Then we do have a bit of an outside burn there that the riders can use. Yeah, you can see them absolutely launching it over that tabletop, then nice and tight inside this line, not giving any room. So Oliver Granger taking that inside line. Is he able to make a pass? Ooh, close, but not able to get the power down soon enough over that hump.
It's close, but well, that's just his first attempt, and we do have 2 more goes at that particular corner, of course, before the checkered flag is thrown. But well, first attempt there, and looks like we've got a bit of a back marker coming into play here, so it'll all close up once again inside that type 5. So that's number 186 again of Oliver Granger trying that different line. Likewise number 34 of Ian Remner as they make their way onto the front straight then, and it's let's have a look, try and take stock of what the situation is at the moment then. So across the line it was Sean Jones, Oliver Granger, Dan Spencer, Keith Topless and Ian Remner. It's as you were.
Dan Spencer looks like he's made a pass on the brakes on Oliver Granger, so he's now up to second as they make their way round into that paddock area, back up the banking. So he'll have had to be really hard on the brakes there to be able to make the barrier at the end. We do have rector cells lining that end to be able to flick and use the rear turn on that corner. So just coming up on another back marker there. So it looks like Sean Jones been caught out there. Dan Spencer making a pass
into the dirt section once more, and back markers really come into play here. They can either work for you or against you, but they're working in favour at the moment, it would seem, of the 164, your race leader of Sean Jones. We are on the penultimate lap there.
So it's Dan Spencer that has made a pass, so taking that outside line. Oliver Granger trying again to see if that inside line can work for him, not able to get out fast enough, and he's lost another position to the 67 of Keith Topless now as they head towards our second off-road. So it is Dan Spencer from Sean Jones who's led this race mostly from the start. Then following him is Keith Topless on board that TM, and then we've got Oliver Granger, who was sat in second, now demoted down to fourth.
You like to say it can either work for you or against you with the back markers there, but my apologies, it's Dan Spencer, not Sean Jones, who makes the race lead then, but Dan Spencer onto the last lap we go then. The number 236 there, Noah Guillory, in fact, in 6th position, is the fastest man on the circuit with a 1 minute 23.0.
Yep, it looked like Ian Bremner was also just trying to head down the outside there. In the mid-pack there, it looks like we've got a battle between, I think that is teammate of mine, Andrew Goodsell, and the 52 of Richard Sheen as they head down into the off-road section.
Great battles all the way down the circuit there, but let's have a look. We're looking for our race leaders there. As it's the number 714, in fact, of Andrew Goodsell, as you mentioned there, Danielle.
Yep, Andy there trying to take that inside line. So as we look a little bit further back, there is our race leader. So Dan Spencer's opened up a huge gap on the last lap, and all the pressure is on the 164 of Sean Jones. So he'll be wanting to keep this second place to be able to move up to our B Group Race 2. So top 2 move up. Oh, a move there from Ian Bremner around the outside of Keith Topless. So found a way past there up to 3rd on the last lap.
Yeah, they're in towards the final stages of this closing lap then. There's number 164. I think he's done enough here to hold on to that second position there. Sean Jones is at number 34 then, trying everything, but not quite at the end of that one. It's a checkered flag goes out then to the number 236 of Dan Spencer by, at the end of the race then, 2 3/4 of a second and a race time of 11 minutes and 11 seconds. 3rd place, Ian Bremner on that number 34 machine, just relegating the 67 bike of Topless outside of those podium positions.
Yeah, so just keeping an eye there. So that looks like the number 16 of Tommy Sayer, followed by the 141 of Andrew Murray, making their way through the off-road here. Well, I'd say that was definitely an action-packed race 1 for us, Brad.
I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, and well, it just bodes, well, it's going to pave the way for the rest of the day, really, isn't it? They've got 2 more races for these guys later on this afternoon. And as well as the C Group, we've got the Bs and the As and all sorts of different bikes as well. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'd say that was definitely a taster of what's to come. So C Group riders, so these are the riders that are either novices, clubmen, people that have even been doing it for a little while. And we've even got a mixture of 450s, 250s and 85s out there. So just crossing the line there, we've got the 58 of Max Rhodes on board that Husqvarna 85. You'll also be able to see him a little bit later on in our academy class.
Well, the rest of the riders just making their way across the line then to complete the first race of 3 here at Oliver's Mount for round number 6 of the championship. And across the line there goes your teammate, Andrew Goodsell.
Yeah, Andy went past, did a little wheelie. Then we had Richard Sheen, who was one of our last riders not to get lapped out there, I believe.
Fascinating race towards the front end, though, wasn't it? But 2.7 seconds was the gap at the end of that one. Doesn't really tell the story of the race, but Dan Spencer won't be complaining.
No. So Dan Spencer and Sean Jones now will be promoted to race 2 of our B group. So they'll be out there starting from the back of the grid, which means on pole for our C group race 2, we will have the 34 of Ian Bremner, followed by the number 67 of Keith Topless, Oliver Granger and Noah Guillory. So we'll now get ready for our B group to make their way down to the grid. So our paddock at the moment is being held up in one of the top fields, so we just have to make sure that all the riders come down that hill safely, and then they get to do a warm-up lap, and then we'll be gridded up, ready for their race 1.
Well, we're looking forward to it there, and I think we've got the grids there at all. I'm sure we'll have it in just a moment's time, but of course, as you mentioned, then these guys are making way down from the top field then. And it is going to be Craig Forshaw, Darryl Pennington and Jason Slater, your top 3 on the grid.
So our British Supermoto Group B race is brought to us by our race sponsor of Race IQ. Now, Race IQ is going to be an app that will be launching where you can keep up to date with all your race timings. It's going to be really useful for those riders out there to be able to see how they can make improvements, compare them, team bosses to see which riders are doing what. We'll just wait to see if we've got any riders heading down shortly.
So here we have the starting grid then at row 1, 58 Craig Forshaw, 666 Daryl Pennington, Jason Slater, Oliver Ross, Simon Burgess and Paul Rhodes is your third row, Neil Meelan and Dean Wingate, and then row number 5 then just being completed by Reynolds and Almond. Row 6, Michael Craig, Scott Wright, Blaine Pearson and Andy Hayes there on row number 7. That's Dave Spafford and Jamie Wrigglesworth, Kevin Crowthers and Dan Billum, Duncan Wright and Brett Barlow. Mike Norbury, Jake Jennings on row number 11, Ollie Sims and Mike Francis on row number 12.
A lot of you spectators out there may recognise Mike Norbury, TT rider, and also quite familiar around here as well, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he was second in the Gold Cup feature race here in 2019 aboard a Honda. Switched machinery to the Kawasaki there for 1 year later, and I think he's come so close to winning the feature race, but not quite there. But, well, Mike Norbury, I think it's a question of when and not if.
So he's currently on board a borrowed machine of Andy Hayes. So he's on board a Husqvarna FS450. So we'll keep an eye out for him. He is starting 22nd on the grid in our B Group Race 1.
It'll be interesting to see how he fares as well, because I have to admit I'm not 100% sure on the Supermoto background of Mike Norbury. It could well be his first time potentially.
So I think his first attempt at Supermoto was at Three Sisters, and I think it would be fair to say he got the bug. He's looking at getting his own bike for next season. We saw there the Automotive Solutions team boss of Paul Reynolds, the number 10. So he's currently sat on our grid in 6th position, so he'll be looking to get a good start down the inside there. There is the 101 Goon Squad rider of Neil Meelan on board that Husqvarna. So Neil going well this season so far. A start for him on, I believe he's on row 2 of our B Group race, so he'll be able to get a good start so we can dart up the inside. We've got our racing and cruising rider there of Oliver Ross on board that Honda. Alongside him we've got the 53 of Simon Burgess. So we'll just wait for our riders a little bit further down the grid to make up their positions, and as soon as our starters are ready we'll get this race 1 underway. So it looks like it won't be long. Yep, so they're all being shown the red flag. Yep, pointed to the lights. And they're off.
Oh, looks like we've got a staller at the back there, number 73. Didn't quite pick it up on the picture there, but they are away now. And you'll see them in just a second. There they go towards Mere Hairpin, but the race leader's then already in towards Mere Hairpin.
It looked like a poor start for Craig Forshaw, so he's now second. He's following teammate Daryl Pennington, who took the whole shot as they head down this banking. Now it really does bunch up down here. We saw a few fallers in yesterday's races as they make their way round.
1, 2, 3, almost 4 wide there, trying to drop down into the lower half of the paddock then, but there are in towards the twisty bit of the paddock. But your race leader then, the 666 machine, Daryl Pennington, who did take the whole shot. As you mentioned, Danielle is looking to stretch out that advantage already.
Yeah, Daryl, I know, absolutely loves the off-road here. He'll definitely be one to send that tabletop, as you can see. And yeah, taking that inside line, I'm not surprised to see that. He is very confident on the off-road, and you can see just how much time he's made up there, being able to take that inside line and make it work for him. So it is the 666 of Darrell Pennington, followed by teammate 58 of Craig Forshaw. Then we've got the Trips UK rider 51 of Jason Slater. He's had a good weekend so far. He had a good ride yesterday, so he's currently sat in third.
Coming around to complete the first lap then, it is the 666 of Darrell Pennington who is out in front. And further down the order there, a few different lines there. And you can probably hear in the background as well, the wind is really starting to pick up here at Oliver's Mount then, so dust is flying everywhere. But it's just another thing for these guys to contend with, but I'm sure they'll take it all in their stride. But Darrell Pennington at the end of the opening lap then, a 1.1 second advantage over the 58 of Craig Forshaw, and then the 51 of Slater right there with him.
Yeah, you can see those riders hopping back up onto the tarmac. I know I had a lot of wheel spin there. I think Paul Reynolds did there as well as he was making his way back onto the tarmac through that paddock infield section. There we've got, that's the number 8 of Paul Rhodes. So he's actually coming back from injury at the start of the season. So he's been mechanic and pit dad for his 2 children, Lily and Max Rhodes, but he's decided to come out of retirement this weekend. Saw the track was looking that good and decided he wanted to try it out for himself. So he's back from injury and currently sat, I think, in around 5th position.
Well, there is Darrell Pennington then, 666 machine. But we're looking at the gap now between Jason Slater and Simon Burgess. Over 1.5 seconds at the end of the first lap then. We're watching them drop down from the dirt section on towards the bottom straight, then heading towards mere hairpin. But that's another lap down then. And let's take a look at who is doing what. So a 1.1 second advantage was the gap at the end of the first lap then, as we watch them go in towards the paddock then, down from the upper half of the paddock into the lower half then. But it is Forshaw, Slater, Burgess, and then rounding out the top 5 at this stage, number 125, Dean Wingate.
Oh, it looks like we may have lost Dean Wingate, because that looks... Oh no, he's just there, followed by Oliver Ross as they hop back out into the paddock. But it is our top 3 that seem to have broken away ever so slightly. So that's Darrell Pennington, Craig Forshaw and Jason Slater. Then Simon Burgess looking about 3 seconds back from those guys. So he's going to have to find something on this track to be able to make that up. But again, Pennington taking the inside line, making light work of that bump on the exit, and then able to get the power down on that Automotive Solutions Husqvarna as they head round Farm Bends towards our second off-road.
Looking further down the order there as well, you can see that Martin Aubrey, number 99, is there in 15th position, and just behind, I think, is it number 18 this weekend for Andy Hazer, is showing as 99 on the timing screen. But,
yeah, he is showing as 99 on the timing screen, but I think he may have 18 on the bikes. Oh, we've got a few riders down, I believe, in the off-road.
Yep, looks like we've got someone there just in the split screen then, back onto the bike and rejoining the race then.
So I think we've had a change of position at the front end. Yep, so it's still Pennington, Forshaw and then Slater. However, looking a little bit further back, we've then got Burgess, but I think we are missing Oliver Ross, and I think maybe Paul Rhodes may have got caught up in a little bit of an incident there as we watch them head round.
Dean Wingate as well, 1 minute 39.8 on that previous lap. He may as well have been caught up in that incident as well then. So 3 riders who were inside the top 10 dropping down the order then. And as we mentioned, Dean Wingate, a 1 minute 39. That is not what we expect from the number 125 man. Of course, the fastest lap of the race at this stage is held by that man in your picture, the 666 machine of Darrell Pennington. And that, for reference, is a 1 minute 18.005.
Yep. Darrell having a really good race. Still got 5 laps to go as they head now around onto the off-road. He's definitely using the off-road to his advantage. Forshaw not able to get close enough through the off-road to be able to utilise any of the split lanes here. However, I think Jason Slater might be worth trying to eye one of those up. If Jason can take a different line through maybe our first off-road section, I think he may have a chance to promote himself up to second. Down there in our split screen, we can see the riders taking those different lines and just how dusty it is as well, Brett.
Yeah, definitely, and the wind's, as I mentioned earlier, is starting to kick up the dust as well, so that'll be going everywhere, and these guys won't be a fan of it, but, well, it's the same for everybody, and they'll be taking it all in their stride. So in the split screen there, we are watching the second of the off-road sections, at least, then. See, they darted off to the right of the picture, then back round in front of the picture. That was Mike Norbury just getting a little bit caught up then on the number 99, but we are back with our race leaders as they go in towards the first of the dirt sections. Then big old jump there for the 666 machine of Daryl Pennington, and the gap has pretty much remained equidistant from the start up until now. 1.3 seconds or so between Pennington and Forshaw.
Good to see Slater there taking the inside line. Wasn't quite close enough to be able to make it into a pass. However, I think it then shows Forshaw the front wheel and knows that he really does need to keep pushing. Otherwise, that Trips.UK rider will be trying to pip him to second.
So there they are. That is second and third in your picture then. Craig Forshaw, the 58, and Slater, number 51. And it's split screen again and different lines. Looking further down the order. There goes Andy Hayes there. Very easy to spot with his stature and a luminous yellow crash helmet there for Andy. But he's fighting. Let's have a look as they came across the line previous time around. In fact, he's knocking on the door of the top 10. He's 1.3 seconds behind the 117 machine of Dave Spafford.
Yeah, that's a good ride for Andy Hayes down. Andy Hayes currently sat there in 11th. You can see there in the mid-pack, that was the 125 of Dean Wingate. So he's ended up down in... Oh, let's just have a look. Oh, I can't see him on our timing screen at the moment.
15th position there for the Dean Wingate, number 125 there. I think was caught up in that incident there, wasn't he, with Paul Rhodes? But nonetheless, he's making moves.
Okay, Jason Slater just not close enough through this off-road.
Inside line again for Slater. Again, not quite getting the power down. And Craig Forshaw holds on to that second position then. But they can't let Daryl Pennington get too far up the road. 1.3 seconds is, well, that elastic band is almost going to break between them.
Yeah, I think Daryl Pennington now will be trying to check out at the front. So Forshaw's going to be riding defensively now to try and keep the 51 behind him, which is probably the worst thing he can do. Looking a little bit further down, I think is that Paul Rhodes there taking the inside line, trying to find a way past. So I think he's gained a position there. Still in front of Andy Hayes, like you say, standing out there with that bright yellow helmet. But our leaders now into this paddock section, down the banking. You can see just how loose it is down there. And then hop back up onto the tarmac and try and get the power down as hard as they can as they head into our infield section.
Yeah, just watching in the split screen there, the 167 machine of Michael Craig, then Dean Wingate. There's the 46 machine of Mike Francis, just inside the top 16. We can see on the timing tower, but over the tabletop once more, and Daryl Pennington, the 666 machine. In fact, Forshaw and Slater weren't in the same picture on that particular instance. Inside line there for Pennington. There's the battle for second place, and again, the inside line for Jason Slater. Can he make it work this time around?
He's definitely a lot closer to the back of Forshaw this time round as they head towards our second off-road. So I'd be hoping that Slater would look to try and take a split lane here. So whatever Forshaw doesn't do, I think Slater should do, and then try and carry that momentum. So Forshaw there takes the outside. I think Slater should have taken the inside there, even just to show a wheel. Even if it wasn't faster. He's now showing as our last lap, so it's now or never for the 51 of Slater if he wants to promote himself into our A race 2.
Well, he's given that inside line a few goes throughout the course of this race, and well, this time around it's really going to have to count then for the number 51 of Jason Slater. We are watching in the split screen there just tail enders go through, but there it is, the yellow flag with black cross on it. Last lap then for all of these guys, and Daryl Pennington with an almost 3-second advantage then. There he is in your picture, and that is the gap visually. And I think that Craig Forshaw has just about managed to put enough distance between himself and Jason Slater to hold on to that second position. But as they say in racing, it's not over until it's over.
Yeah, Daryl Pennington's given himself a good amount of breathing room, and Slater just doesn't look close enough to be able to make this pass work unless Forshaw makes a mistake. You see, legs off the pegs there as they head over that bump. So it's now or never. He's got this one off-road section to be able to try and do. Now, I think we've got yellow flags now as they head into this off-road section. So we do have a rider down on this inside line, so all happen to take different lines. You can see there the rider down is the 225. That is Jake Jennings there, that's had a little bit of a bobble, but
there was a change right at the end there, change at the end there between Jason Slater. I'm sure Craig Forshaw was relegated down to third place. We were just waiting for that one, but it was very, very close.
Yeah, we will keep an eye on our timing screen to see if he was just pipped to that second place.
checkered flag being waved for all of the remaining runners and riders then. And you can see Burgess, Pearson as well there. And just having a look at the progress, of course, throughout the course of that race for the single-digit 8 machine of Paul Rhodes on the penultimate lap then as they started the final lap. He was up inside the top 10 positions in 9th place, just ahead of Wrigglesworth on the number 98 machine.
So, again, a very exciting race to kick off the day's action. So we'll wait for the last few riders to make their way down. So I think the next riders to cross the line will be the 99X of Mike Norbury, followed by Brett Barlow and Duncan right there as they cross the line. So we'll just wait for the last few riders to cross the line, and then we'll get our A Group Race 1 down to the grid for their first race.
Yep, just having a look there. Through goes to 73 machine. Of course, they didn't make the best of starts, I think would be the most polite way of wording that one. But, well, another bite of the cherry later on today.
So we'll now just wait for our A Group riders to make their way down, so that gives our spectators time to cross over from the track, go get a different view of all the action of today's racing here at Oliver's Mount.
So British Supermoto, the A Group, making their way out onto the circuit any moment now. Of course, we do have to grab them from the top field and drag them down here to get them lined up onto the grid. But this one, well, I'm very excited. It's looking like it's going to be a very exciting and fascinating race as well.
Looks like we've got a few track amendments happening out there on our off-road, so filling in a few potholes, try and make it a little bit smoother for the riders so they can try and get the power down even harder for those crucial overtakes that we've been seeing so far. There was our podium for our B Group Race 1. So it was Forshaw who managed to just squeeze second. And then so that means it will be the 51 of Jason Slater on pole for our B Group Race 2.
So I think we should be expecting the Supermoto A Group down any moment now. In fact, there they are right on cue. Great stuff. But for those of you who don't know that, Oliver's Mount, of course, had quite a number of famous names race here over the previous years, of course, dating all the way back to 1946. But Supermoto back for the first time in 20-odd years last year, and it's great to have you back.
It is. It's great to have you back with us, Bradley, and it's good to have an Oliver's Mount expert alongside me as well.
Yeah, you're feeling very generous today. I'm not, by no means an expert.
Well, you know a lot more about Oliver's Mount than I do, so I can do the names. You can definitely talk a lot more about how historic this place is.
Yeah, certainly. Well, 1946 was the first racing action here at Oliver's Mount. Of course, 1 year after the Second World War, but plenty of famous road racing names. Of course, one of which is the dad of Jack Nation. Of course, Trevor Nation. Raced here back in the day, and I believe was also a feature race winner back in 1986.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look through. So Jack Nation will be in our A group race, so he'll be starting on 15th position on our grid. The number 55 on board that Husqvarna, you can see him there in those black and blue leathers if you're out there spectating. So keep an eye out for him. He definitely rides with that knee down style. But on pole we have the number 1 of Chris Hodgson on board that TM Leeds UK 450 in those 40th anniversary edition colours for TM. So really nice bright red leathers there. Alongside him he's got Richard Sharp and Jay Smith on their Trips UK machines.
Yeah, just behind them it will be number 54 and 54 of Richard Blakeman and the 100 of Alex Mullaney there. But watching through.
Yep, so our Super Pole riders there, we've got the fat and fast rider Richard Blakeman, who will be missing his teammate, I'm sure. Missing Jamie Duncan, who's sadly out for this round and unfortunately looking like the rest of the season. So we'll just wait for these riders to get under starters orders.
Just kicking it into first gear, then clutches in, all eyes to the lights. Revs rise and away we go, and it's looks like pretty much equal start there for everybody on the front row, so it's going to be a real elbows out affair as they get hard onto the brakes in towards Mere Hairpin for the first time. We're watching and we're waiting now for them to reappear, but it is going to be, who's that there leading the way?
That is Jay Smith that has managed to get past the number 1 of Chris Hodgson, so he had a great ride yesterday, taking the overall. Now he leads us on this first lap of our Trips.UK A Group Race 1.
So Jay Smith then from qualifying at third quickest in the Super Bowl session earlier on today. Then Chris Hodgson right there with him. But let's have a look then. And it's the number 100 machine of Alex Mullaney. He's already made up a position or two then in the first half of this opening lap then. They're in towards the first of the dirt sections now. That was just a quick glimpse of the 55 of Jack Nation. But your race leader then, number 33, Jay Smith.
Yeah, so all these riders taking the inside except Richard Blakeman trying to capitalise on what will probably be a little bit of a traffic jam. Yep, and he has made a pass on the 217 of Richard Sharp, so great move there around the outside.
It's not been the best of opening laps so far for the man who started second on the grid then, Richard Sharp, but he'll be looking to make up ground over the following 9.5 laps.
So Jay opting for that outside line, whereas Chris taking the inside, but not able to capitalise. We've got a rider down. That is the 41 of Dale O'Connor there. That's been a faller in our first off-road section, but he's back up and running.
Getting hard on the brakes there, and the number 1 machine of Chris Hodgson stalking the 33 of Jay Smith. The gap across the line was less than 7/10 of a second, but they're in towards the lower paddock now. I'm watching the number 94, in fact, of Lee Williams, and you were telling me off air earlier that it's a bit of a resurgence. Oh, we've got a rider down in the paddock there as well. Didn't quite catch who that was.
I think that is the 42 of Oliver Holmes there that went down. So I think we do have a circuit red flag, so all these riders now slowing down. Not sure what incident that is for, but all these riders now will stop as we make sure that the downed rider is okay.
I was just going to say there before the red flag went out, they say, there they are, in fact, just been waiting there. And the rider on the far left-hand side of your picture then, number 94, rider on the far left-hand side of your picture then, number 94 of Lee Williams, is a bit of a comeback for him.
Yeah, so he was a supermoto rider back in the day, took a little bit of a break to go road racing, so he was racing at a British Superbike level. I'm sure you've seen him there quite a few times, but has decided to make a comeback to the British Supermoto paddock, so you can see him there on board that high-tech coatings Husqvarna.
Yeah, I have to admit, I'm a bit more familiar with the road racing scene than the Supermoto, to say the least, but Lee Williams was right at the sharp end of most of his races.
I think the red flag may be for Jack Nation, so I think that's Trevor there heading down just to make sure his son's okay. So make sure we can get the medics to him if necessary.
Well, it's a shame there for the Nation family, but as we mentioned before the race got underway, of course, Trevor Nation, very successful in his road racing career, and of course was also a part of the JPS Norton squad at one point as well.
Yeah, Jack's had some serious bad luck here in his British Championship sort of attempts this year. He had quite a serious crash at Crail for round 4, where another rider went down and he had absolutely nowhere to go. And then he did have quite a big off at our last round at Three Sisters, as well as suffering with food poisoning. So I think he lost the rear as he headed round. Well, we'll just make sure that all our riders are okay. There's the 42 of Oliver Holmes there, trying to adjust his handguards after his little off.
I've always wondered what the best tool to adjust handguards are, but it turns out it's a broom.
Yeah, it's a sweeping brush, apparently.
Well, it looks like that was the tool for the job, and he's got it all sorted now. But a slight delay to proceedings here, it would seem, while we deal with this red flag situation. But hey, that's not a bad photo, is it?
No, we've got there some of the fastest lads in Supermoto in the UK, all in one photo there, I'd say.
Yeah, the number 1 plate as well for Chris Hodgson, who at the time of the red flag sitting at second behind that man to his right hand side, and well, quite appropriately in the middle of the image as well, Jay Smith.
Yeah, Jay had a really good ride yesterday, and he's also going to be one of our championship contenders now that our leader is currently out with injury.
Yeah, I can say before the race got underway, we did see the JD7 signs on the air fences around this Oliver's Mount circuit there. Of course, we do hope that Jamie Duncan does get better soon.
Yep, and teammate there, Richard Blakeman, so he was sat in 3rd prior to the red flag, so he'd managed to find a way past the number 100 TM Leeds UK rider of Alex Mullaney, so he'd found a way past there. Not sure we caught that.
No, I was just having a look there as well. Of course, thinking about it, in fact, the main beneficiary of this one is a small consolation would be 217 Richard Sharp. Didn't make the best of starts, but I suppose he gets a second bite of it.
Yeah, on screen there we've actually got our B group podium, so that was Darryl Pennington, Craig Forshaw and Jason Slater there, all without their helmets.
Well, no news at this stage, but if it is Jack down there, we do hope that he's absolutely fine. And let's say, hey, not a bad vantage point to watch the racing there, is it, from the pit wall there for B group podium finishers?
Yeah, I'd have to say I'd probably be avoiding those fences.
Well, yeah, given last year's events, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, keep well clear of the fences on the start-finish straight, I think. It looks like they're getting the riders all moved, so I'm assuming this will be a full race restart, so they'll all make their way back round to the grid. Not sure if they'll get another warm-up lap as they head round. I think they're at the bottom of our screen. I think I can catch the helmet. I think that is Dean Hillier there.
Well, we're just waiting for them to rejoin here on the grid. And you can see just towards the background of the picture there, the number 94 of Lee Williams will be the rider to get onto the grid first. Looks like Alex Mullaney is taking the scenic route to the left-hand side of the picture there.
So we'll just watch these riders now head back through towards the paddock. Now, I think we've just had reports that we will be calling lunch while we deal with this red flag incident, so they will do a full restart of our A group race 1 after lunch. So these riders now will make their way back up to the paddock, gives them time to freshen up, grab something to eat, put those tyre warmers back on, check the bikes over, especially for those riders that did have a little off there, such as the 42 of Oliver Holmes. So we will join the action back once our riders have taken lunch, and that will be with our A group race 1.
And welcome back to the Trip.UK British Supermoto Championship here at Oliver's Mount in North Yorkshire, of course, the lovely seaside town of Scarborough. This is round 6 of the 8-round championship this season. Of course, we do have 2 more races after this one at Teesside, one at Three Sisters.
Yeah, we are now getting our A group to do their race 1 restart.
So looking down on the grid once more, we can see number 1, number 217 and number 33 as it was previously then. So the Trips.UK British Supermoto Group A for their rerun. Then of course I can see the number 94 machine down there. That's Lee Williams. We can see him just in the foreground there on the picture on row number 3. Well, looks like we're just getting the final parts all sorted here. There's a quick rundown of the grid then. Hodgson, Sharp, Smith, Blakeman, Mulaney, Williams, Walker, Holmes, Sharp, Wells, Hillier, O'Connor, Bennett, Nation, Sayer, Armitage, Gibson and Groom. So, the red flag removed, then all eyes to the lights and away we go. And again, a pretty equal start from everybody on that front row. But previous time around, it was the 217 machine, Richard Smith, who didn't make the best of starts. Jay Smith was the better of the starts before the lunch break there. And this time around, again, it's the 33 leading the 1, leading the 100. It's deja vu, isn't it?
It is. That is a repeat of our race 1 first start that we had this morning. So we'll keep an eye out. So it is Jay Smith from Hodgson, from Mulaney, as we see them all make their way into that paddock section. I think we've got there Luke Armitage bringing up the rear of the group.
So hard on the gas then, but heading towards the first of the 2 dirt sections here at Oliver's Mount, and it is going to be Jay Smith who gets there first. There they go, over the tabletop. Green flags all the way around there. Number 1 just behind him, Chris Hodgson, right on that rear wheel, gains a little bit on the brakes, then all go to the inside. Apart from, who's that going for the outside there? I
think that was Richard Sharp taking the outside line, but I don't think he gained from it. If anything, he lost, because that is now Richard Blakeman up to 4th. And he's all over the back of the 100 of Alex Mulaney as they make their way into the second off-road. But it is still Jay Smith with the number 1 of Chris Hodgson all over the back of him.
Dropping down then, coming across the line to complete lap number 1 then. It looks like just out of picture there's a slightly different line for the number 54 machine of Richard Blakeman, but it seemed to work for him as they go in towards Mere Hairpin once more. Then we'll pick him up on the apex in just a moment's time, but it is Jay Smith leading the way by half a second there. But the number 1 machine of Chris Hodgson all over the back end of him there. He can't get much closer without riding pillion.
Looking at our timing, it looks like we've lost the 217 of Richard Sharp, so he's had a little bit of a bobble somewhere and he's now dropped right back down the order. So he's now out of our top 5, but we've got the 155 of the Trips UK rider, Chris Walker, so he's made some places up from 7th up to 5th.
Well, I held my breath then. I thought Chris Hodgson was looking for the inside line as they went in towards the dirt section once again. And was that yellow flag just being put in there? All the leaders then heading in towards this section of the circuit. It's Jay Smith and Chris Hodgson, but Chris Hodgson, he's right there with him again. Inside line for everybody inside that top 4, out of the dirt section and in towards Farm Bends again.
Yeah, it looks like we've had a little few track improvements, so that hump on the exit of that inside berm looking squared off again. But again, like you say, Hodgson is all over the back of Smith, absolutely giving him no room, but does choose to follow him around the outside line there.
Half a second was the gap then, 0.6 of a second almost between the 3rd and 4th position, Alex Mulaney and Richard Blakeman. That is the number 100 machine as we make our way, 8 laps to go now in towards Mere Hairpin. We're watching them round now, and again almost touching her front wheel to rear wheel there, but it is still Jay Smith leading the way there ahead of the number 1 of Chris Hodgson. But Alex Mulaney is looking as though he's right there with them as well. He's stringing along Richard Blakeman, who did a 1:14 flat on that lap.
Yeah, Alex Mulaney and Richard Blakeman have caught right onto the back of Chris Hodgson there, so Blakeman won't be wanting to hang around. He'll be trying to find a way past the 100, and we did see him put on some really tough passes yesterday, so a track that's been quite difficult to make passes on. He was definitely making a move. So look at him taking the outside line, trying something different. Alex there actually made a mistake jumping out of the berm. So Richard, good there not to follow.
We can see the dust being kicked up once again as the wind starts to rise here at Oliver's Mount once more, but it is still Jay Smith, number 33, leading the way at this stage. Split screen there, you can see just how much dust is being kicked up, but everybody in the minor placings opting for that outside berm, but it's pretty much as you were this time around.
Yeah, Hodgson there looking like he's trying to grab a slipstream onto that Trips UK KTM of Smith. See if he can get him on the brakes, but just not close enough. Oh, it looks like we've actually lost Hodgson.
There's a gap here.
We have, so it's Mulaney up to second, followed by Blakeman, and then Hodgson has slotted in there in fourth. A fair way back from the 54 of Richard Blakeman, so a mistake there from Hodgson.
And a rare one of that as well. He's dropped quite a lot of time as well. There's the number 94 of Lee Williams. I think it's safe to say it's a relatively lonely position now for the 94 of Lee Williams, but nonetheless, the number one machine of Chris Hodgson, he's got some work to do, hasn't he?
He has, so not sure what's happened there. If I was to guess, I'd say he's been either outbraked himself or someone's given him a little helping hand down into where the rector cells are at near hairpin. But it's now Alex Mulaney in second on board that TM450.
Well, I'm interested to see what the number 54 of Richard Blakeman can do now. Of course, he did have three bikes in front of him. Now it's just the two there of Smith and Mulaney. And, of course, we do have the split lane here. So it's going to be Blakeman who goes to the inside there, looking a little bit loose, but he's carrying the speed. Still just about there in third position.
He's on the grass as they come out onto the start-finish straight. He was all legs akimbo there, coming down that split lane, but doing exactly what he needs to do is trying to take those different lines. But it is still Smith from Mulaney, from Blakeman. And then a little back to Hodgson, who is tagging onto the back of this group again. It does bunch up in this banking section.
We don't seem to have lap times for these guys here, but Chris Hodgson is a man on the charge at this stage. He was quite some way back, but there they are, 1, 2, 3, 4, all line astern there, nose to tail stuff as they go out of the paddock then and in towards the dirt section once again. We will catch them as they go over the tabletop once more, but as it stands, it is Smith, Mulaney, Blakeman and Hodgson. Over the top they go then in towards this quick left-hander, then that 180-degree right-hand. Now the rider who goes to the outside berm on this particular occasion, that is Alex Mulaney there.
And it's not helped him at all, so he's now lost a position to the 54 of Richard Blakeman, who took the inside line. So that inside is proving to be quicker. Now Alex Mulaney in the clasps of his teammate there, Chris Hodgson. So the two TM riders there. Richard again taking that split lane. Oh, he put his hand up. He has given the position back where he wasn't able to make the corner. So we do have cones down there to say that you should take each line and not cross, but he did put his hand up.
Of course, the number 54 of Richard Blakeman is really flying the flag for his team there this weekend, isn't he? Unfortunately, the number 7 of Jamie Duncan not here this weekend, as we mentioned just before we went for lunch then earlier on. Jamie recovering from a broken leg, but I think he's watching from the hospital, isn't he?
He is. He's sat watching, so I know we've seen the number 7s on the start-finish straight. It looks like Chris Hodgson has managed to get past the 54 of Richard Blakeman. So Blakeman now with it all to do, so from being up to second to now back down to fourth again.
Into the dirt section once more. We are around about half race distance here, 5 down, 5 to go. And Alex Mulaney there, some big air as he comes over the tabletop then into this right-hander once more. Going for the outside again is the 54 of Richard Blakeman. Out of the dirt section in towards Farm Bends, and we'll pick them up across the bank in any moment now.
So we have got a good battle there going on in the mid-pack. So that is from Peter Bennett, Darren Wells, Harley Sharp, and I think that's Dean Hillier in that one as well.
Everybody going for that outside line then around this split lane section. Across the line once more, 4 to go.
Yeah, that pack in the mid-pack being headed up by the Fat and Fast rider, 42 of Oliver Holmes, followed by Peter Bennett. Good little gaggle there going on.
Back with the leaders, and there is Chris Hodgson stalking the number 100 of Alex Mulaney, who in turn is right on the wheel track still of the 33 of Jay Smith, but the fastest man on circuit is number 54, Richard Blakeman, on that lap, a 1 minute 13.556.
Yeah, you can see just how dusty it is. We've got there the 108 of Dean Hillier making his way through that second off-road section. So Hillier currently sat in 16th behind the 217 of Richard Sharp that we believe had an incident on the opening laps of this race.
Chris Hodgson there looking racy in third place. He knows that we've got 3.5 laps, and everybody, it's a little bit of congestion there, wasn't there, as they all went for that inside berm. But Jay Smith, a little bit of breathing room for now.
Yeah, it looked like Alex Mullaney made a mistake there, nearly took in the front, which meant that they all bunched up. Hodgson there nearly rung into the back of him.
It looks like a bit of a screen freeze here, unfortunately, if you are watching the live stream. But the race leaders are coming back across the line once more. And Blakeman, losing just a tenth or so in the dirt section as he comes to the end of lap number 7, sorry.
And it is still the 94 of Lee Williams, who sits in a very lonely 5th position, followed by the Trips UK rider of Chris Walker on board that 155 as he makes his way through that second off-road. Then we've got 42 of Oliver Holmes there with this gaggle of riders. Peter Bennett there not making that inside line work for him and actually crossed over.
Is that the 217 of Richard Sharp further down the order there? Not sure what happened to him on that opening lap, but he is still in the race and across the line in 13th position there, lapping in the 1 minute 14 bracket, which would put him with that lead group.
Yeah, it's easier to have the faster lap, but trying to get past these riders that are all fighting for position, he's going to struggle to get through all this traffic.
1, 2, 3, back with us now. Richard Blakeman again losing around about half a second on this particular lap then, but it is still Smith from Mullaney from Hodgson as they go around that outside berm, then dropping down onto the start finish straight to complete yet another lap. 8 down and 2 to go. We are on to the penultimate lap here. Racing towards me a hairpin. Didn't look as though there was any particular challenge this time around, but further down the order then, Lee Williams is still there in 5th position. Quite a lot of clear track in front of him, but more importantly, lots of clear track behind him before we see the number 155 machine of Chris Walker. So Chris Walker then, again, relatively lonely 6th place, but the same cannot be said for 7th place, number 42, Oliver Holmes. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 riders all right there behind him. We've
got the father and son duo there with Harley Sharp and Richard Sharp. So they're currently sat in 9th and 10th place, with Harley Sharp leading Richard Sharp down that start-finish straight.
We're keeping our eyes peeled towards the exit of the second of the dirt sections here. Looks like Richard Blakeman, I think, is caught up just a little bit onto the rear wheel of Alex Mullaney there, because is that Chris Hodgson up into 2nd place. So Chris Hodgson right in the wheel track still of the number 33 of Jay Smith. He's going for that outside berm then, as they all do. 1, 2, 3, 4, all on the outside berm, dropping onto the start-finish straight. 1 lap to go.
Yeah, it is the last lap, so it is now or never if Alex Mullaney is going to try and make a move on the 33 of Jay Smith.
They go out of sight as they go in towards me, a hairpin there. Still a good ride for the number 94 of Lee Williams, putting in some consistent laps there, holding on to that final top 5 position. As we'll keep an eye on the battle for 7th then. That'll be coming towards us any moment now. The 155 machine of Chris Walker, again, a lonely 6th place there, but it is still the 42 bike of Oliver Holmes in 7th place. 941 just behind him, Darren Wells. Then Richard Sharp, Harley Sharp there, right with them as well, as they go side by side onto the start-finish straight, followed by the 188 machine. But we're now looking for our race leaders once more as they come out of the dirt section any moment now. Good battle there between the 79 machine and the 108 bike as well. But here comes the battle for the lead. Looks like a tail ender is just in front, but not close enough to make a challenge there. But as a change of the race lead on this final lap then, the number 1 machine of Chris Hodgson has taken the race lead out of sight there in the dirt section. I suspect that's where he's been strong. As he drops down onto the start-finish line, he will take the race win here ahead of the 33 of Jay Smith. Richard Blakeman in 3rd, and the number 100 machine of Alex Mullaney in 4th position. So punted off of the podium there was the number 100 of Alex Mullaney. The checkered flag has gone out to the top 4 then, as we mentioned. Here comes the 94 machine of Lee Williams. A strong but lonely ride for Lee there, but nonetheless some good points to be taken. 155 Chris Walker, we're watching him now as they make their way round the second of the dirt sections and dropping down and onto the start-finish straight. He will take 6th place. And the battle for 7th place, here it comes then, Oliver Holmes, and it looks like a slight mistake there, was it from the 217 of Richard Sharp, who was so close to losing it, but just about holds on to it, ahead of Darren Wells, as the rest of the runners and riders make their way across the line. So there we go. It was Hodgson, Smith, Blakeman, Mullaney. Then we have the number 94 machine of Lee Williams, and it's Chris Walker, Holmes, Wells, and then the number 217 machine of Sharp right there in the mix as well in 8th position. Wells, and as we mentioned, rounding out the top 10, the 817 machine of Harley Sharp. That's your top 10, and it's Gibson. The 138 bike up next of Paul Groom, Sayer, and the 145 bike Luke Armitage rounding out the top 14. Bennett and Dean Hillier up next. Well, that was a very exciting first race of the Trips.UK Group A races. Of course, they will have 2 more races later on in the afternoon, so don't go anywhere for the Group A's. But we'll be back in just 1 second. So while we wait for the next race to make the way onto the circuit, we have a very special guest here in the commentary booth. It's Isabel Wingate. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
Now, I have a question for you. Of course, we saw you racing here last year, but could you tell us why you're not racing here this year?
I had a pretty bad crash at Three Sisters last time, and I hurt my wrist, so I'm not riding this time, but hopefully the next meeting.
That's good then, and we'll give you a bit of time for recovery there, wasn't it? But I see you've got the cast on there, so are you healing up nicely?
Yeah, I'm getting better.
That's good then. There's nothing cooler really to brag about to your friends that, what did you do to your hand? Well, I broke it racing Supermoto. How cool's that?
Yeah.
Are you excited to get back to racing then?
Definitely.
Definitely, that's good. But I believe you're going to be doing the commentary with Danielle there for the Academy riders, aren't you?
Yeah, I know all the people because they're all just my friends.
And I assume you've grown up with the riders as well?
Yeah.
Okay, but we'll come back to yourself in just a minute there, but what we can do now is go down to Danielle. I believe she has our podium finishes. Danielle?
I do. So we're here with Richard Blakeman. You managed 3rd. I'm sure there was a lot of argy-bargy on that one. How did you get on?
Oh my days, what a race. I got a good start-ish. I just sat there really, watched the carnage unfold. Chris had a proper sketchy one at the end of the straight, but no, I enjoyed that. Alex and Jay come together in the last lap, and yeah, luckily. So, but yeah, there to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, we saw you were the one that was definitely taking all the lines that everyone else wasn't taking. We saw you have a little moment here, you did put your hand up, so I can't see that being an issue, but even on the other off-road you were the one taking inside, outside, you were all over.
Yeah, I had to, because I would have liked the last of the train, so I thought I had to try something different, otherwise we're not going to go anywhere forward, are we?
Exactly that. Yeah. And we'll grab a word with the man who led most of that race, but unfortunately you were just pipped on that last lap.
Yeah, I don't know where that come from really. I think I was riding a little bit too reserved. Just see that last lap flag and thought, oh well, no one's really coming past. And then when I see that one, I was like, oh, leave off. He was 9 seconds behind a minute ago. So yeah, well done for Chris for coming back through like that. But it just means, yeah, I need to just up it a little bit, but still stay in control.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good plan for race 2. So you'll be starting on P2, still on the front row.
That's right, we're going to whole shot that anyway, it's inevitable. Because my bike's awesome. So, yeah, just let's get the lead in the next one, and let's just maybe stiffen a few bits up. It feels really soft at the moment, so might just stiffen a few little bits, maybe the rear shock. and just get stuck in, yeah.
And we'll grab a word with our race winner. So you must have had a little bit of a moment in that race. Down at Mere Heffin, we didn't catch it. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, kind of made my own little off-road section there. So yeah, straight for the fences, back through the trees. Bit of a heart stopper, but yeah, I just knew I had to get my head down and get back amongst them, and kind of just taking every opportunity I could to make a pass.
So that is our academy race getting underway. But you'll be started on pole for race 2. But yeah, you managed to come back through that group really, really well.
Yeah, I mean, I've got some TM mechanics from Italy over this weekend, and their advice to me was, Chris, when the red light goes off, you go, okay? Remember? but I kind of forgot again, so hopefully we get a better start in the next one.
Do we need to write it down for you so you don't forget?
Probably won't be able to read it, to be honest.
Right, well, I'll make my way back up to Brad, and then we'll join the action with our academy race 2.
Well done, boys. Yeah. Awesome, man.
Thank you very much there, Danielle, and I have to say to Chris there that was one of the best impressions of the Italian accent I have ever heard. But we do have the Academy races out there on the circuit at the moment, and Isabel, hopefully you'll be able to help me tell the good folks here at Oliver's Mount, and also listening on the TNL Sports live stream, what is happening here.
I think Archie's definitely taken a lead already.
And what about that?
That's Jackson Bennett. I think that is Lily Rhodes.
Well, that's the top 3 at this stage. And there, in the top right hand of the screen there, we can see the 22 miles per hour wind. So definitely a little bit gusty here at Oliver's Mount. But, well, these young racers, they know exactly how to take a hold of these conditions.
So out there we've got Archie Ormrod taking an early lead with a 4.5 second gap now. We can see him there as he makes his way into Mere Ben's little wheelie there. Have you ever ridden here then, Belle?
Yeah, I rode here last year. It was a really good track, to be fair.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It's really technical, but on these smaller bikes there's not as big of an advantage with the 450s, is there?
No, it's very, yeah, like you say, it's very technical.
And I'm sure you're itching to get out there as soon as possible. So that looks like we've got Jackson Bennett in second. Then we've got, is that Lily Rhodes there? It is.
Then I think that's Edward Darnton.
Yep, Edward Darnton on that Yamaha 65. So we'll see these little riders through the off-road. So yeah, like you said, we've got Lily Rhodes, Edward Darnton, then we've got Liam Pearson, then I think that's Max Rhodes there in 6th. And I think that's Archie Reynolds there, trying to take that inside line. I'm sure he's been getting some tips from teammates on those TMs from the bigger races.
I think Archie might have had an issue or something, because I'm pretty sure he started on the front row.
Yeah, so it looks like Archie has dropped down the pack quite a bit. Edward Darnton there trying to make a move on the 56 of Lily Rhodes as they headed into our second off-road section. And again, look, trying to take that inside line, so not following and not allowing it to stop him.
You have to make sure not to play forward the leader sometimes.
Yeah, definitely don't want to be following the leader. And if you watched our A race, Richard Blakeman was really good at that, so he was really good at taking the line that no one else was taking. Oh, is that Darnton going for a pass?
Just made it through there.
Yeah, he made a good pass there around the 56 of Lily Rhodes, just managed to take it a little bit wider, really clean pass there into that paddock section before they headed down the banking. It looks like it is Archie Reynolds, though, is the man on the move, so he's now caught back onto the back of this mid-pack group that we've got here. Our leader has now checked out to the front to the tune of 7.4 seconds, so Archie Ormrod out in front. Then we've got, who's that? Would you say he's in second? Jackson Bennett?
Jackson Bennett, yeah.
Jackson Bennett, and then it is Edward Darnton who's pulled quite a sizeable gap on Lily Rhodes. It looked like we had Liam Pearson there taking the inside line, and he has come out in front of Lily Rhodes off the off-road, so great pass from him. As they head up into our second off-road, we can see there Jackson Bennett has made his way past, I think that's a lapped rider, and there is Edward Darnton trying to catch on to the back of him. Then it is the brother and sister duo of Max and Lily Rhodes, followed by Archie Reynolds with that red plate. So he's our previous championship winner. So now down into Mere Hairpin. You can see there, that is the trees that apparently are number one of Chris Hodgson managed to take a detour into in the previous race. But then it looks like Reynolds has made a pass on Max Rhodes there, so whether he's used the back markers to his advantage. They've changed the layout of the paddock section. Have you seen it?
Yeah, I took a track walk last night. I think it'll flow better and be quicker.
Yeah, it didn't look quite as sort of tight and hairpin corners from what I've seen so far. Edward Darnton now has definitely closed that gap back up to the 79 of Jackson Bennett, who currently sits in second. So Darnton on a 65, but Liam Pearson again making moves, using that inside line, not quite close enough to be able to make the pass.
I think that inside line definitely works from there.
It does. I have seen Liam have a few little bobbles this morning on this second off-road section, so worth keeping an eye on him through here, but he's definitely pulled a gap now on Lily Rhodes. Yeah, nothing in it as they cross the line. Edward Darnton all over the back of Jackson Bennett, and doesn't look like he's losing much as they head down the off-road.
I think Cole just made a move on Max Rhodes there.
Yeah, so Cole Reynolds, the brother of Archie Reynolds there, making a pass a little bit further down the pack. So that would be the pass for, I think that's 7th. So great pass from Cole, who's one of our previous Bambino riders, isn't he?
Yeah.
So I'm sure all the people watching it live here at Lovers Mount will be able to see our Bambinos go out for practice a little bit later on. They're the riders that we're trying to nurture to bring on into our academy class.
It's definitely a good feeder through.
It is a really good feeder group that we've got going on in the British Supermoto Championship, but that looks like Edward Darnton's managed to make a pass for 2nd on Jackson Bennett, so managed to carry that speed, and he's carried it round the outside as well. It looks like Jackson's also held up Liam Pearson there, so that's allowed Edward Darnton to pull about half a second on them, and then Liam Pearson goes through the inside as well.
Archie Onward's definitely checked out with this one.
He has. He's now got a lead of over 12 seconds now as they come with 3 laps to go, but that was a great pass there from Edward Darnton. Just a little bobble there through this off-road. You can see it gets quite loose in the middle between those two lines, but it is Jackson Bennett now down to 4th.
That looks like a very technical corner that you have to get right.
Yeah, so you're hard onto the brakes by the rector cell at the top, and then you come down and have to turn under the trees, and there is a few potholes there as well.
I can imagine there might also be some leaves.
There were some leaves there yesterday, and then it was also really loose on the inside. So between where you hop down off the banking and then back up, it was really loose around there as well. So Jackson there trying to wring as much power out of that 85 as he can as he heads towards the second off-road. He needs to be careful because he'll be coming into the clasps of Archie Reynolds, who currently sits in 5th. And like you said, you think he had a little bit of a bobble on the first lap.
Yeah. Liam will be now trying to catch up to Edward.
Yeah, Liam now trying to close that gap down. So on the last lap it was 1.2 seconds, but it does look like it may have opened up slightly as well. But Edward doing really well on that Yamaha 65 through our off-road section. All these riders, I know it can be really tricky on these smaller wheels through the dirt, is that right?
Yeah, definitely. Especially when there's quite bad and like deep ruts. That's the most difficult part.
Luckily with our off-road section, it hasn't got too rutty or anything, has it? It's quite hard packed.
It looks like a really good dirt section this time. That gap has opened up to 2.7.
Yep, so it's looking like Edward Darnton's now settling into this. But there is our race leader. That's the number 40 of Archie Ormrod. So he's been in a league of his own in this race. Out in front, quite a lonely one. But again, see him absolutely send that tabletop. Oh, it looks like we've got a rider down there, so that is the number 10 of Cole Reynolds. So he was having a great race. He'd actually got up to 6th or 7th.
Yeah.
So great ride from him, but it looks like he's had a little bit of a bobble, but he's up and okay. So watch Archie Heath through here. So he'll be giving them a masterclass in how to ride this off-road. We know he's come from an off-road background.
You can see there as he goes over that final jump, he already has his foot out for the corner.
Yeah, he did. And he'll have just seen the last lap flag, so he'll know now he just needs to bring it home for a race win. You can see there them potholes right on the inside, and then there is one just before you get to this sharp corner here. So he took it to the inside to avoid that, and then up. There's a little bit of a rut as they go up that banking, and then back out onto the tarmac. This section now, like you say, a lot more fast and flowing than it was yesterday.
You'll be definitely getting some speed through here. And on this straight, you must be getting very...
Yeah, I know myself yesterday, it was flat out down that straight before the first off-road, and then you were really, really hard on the brakes trying to stop and make the corner and drop down the gears. Yeah, it looks like he's taking it fairly steady now through the off-road. He won't want to make any silly mistakes. On our split screen there, that was Archie Reynolds, and then that's the two Rhodes siblings there who currently sit in 6th and 7th.
I think everyone can agree that the dirt is obviously the hardest part, and with the dirty tyres for the next few corners.
Yeah, it does. So you definitely have dirty tyres, so it's something to consider when you're trying to get hard on the brakes or get the power on, that you've got dirt on your tyres and it will cause you to spin up. But yeah, like you said, comes over the line to take a well-deserved victory in race 1 of our academy class. And now we'll just keep an eye out. We can see there Edward Darnton making his way through the off-road for the final time to cross the line in 2nd, followed by Liam Pearson in 3rd and Jackson Bennett in 4th. Oh, and it looks like we've just had a faller there in the background. I think that was Max Rhodes there, just having a little bit of a topple in the off-road, so it looks like he's took the front, but he's up. He just needs to get back on.
That's unfortunate.
It is, but if he gets going, he won't have actually lost a place. Oh, you can see that banking up on the inside there. Really tricky for these smaller bikes when you've got no momentum, but there we go. So he's coming round now to take the checkered flag. Well, thank you for joining us for our Academy Race 1. I hope you've enjoyed it.
Yeah, quite nervous. Thank you.
No, you've been great. Well, thank you very much for joining us. All right then.
Bye.
So we'll now get ready for our British Supermoto Group C, Race 2, sponsored by Contract Solutions, so the engineering company up in Scotland. So this will give our spectators a little bit of time to swap over from their viewing areas.
I just want to say well done to Isabel. It's not the easiest of jobs commentating there, especially when it's your first time. I'm a little bit nervous, but she did a great job, and if she carries on, she might be putting me out of a job.
No, she did brilliant. You can tell she was a little bit nervous. but she liked pointing out what was going on track, and she can give a rider's perspective for this academy group. So if there's any young people out there that are looking at getting into the sport, that's definitely the way to do it. So those 85cc machines are perfect. Get a set of wheels and get out there and enjoy it. See a few people there waving. So it is actually going to be our mini bikes all comers race 2. So we're going to take a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back for our British Supermoto Group C. So welcome back to round 6 of the British Supermoto Championship here at Oliver's Mount in Scarborough.
Absolutely, and it's a very windy Oliver's Mount as well. So we've had the wind speeds of around about 20-22 miles an hour or so, and the gusts of even more than that.
Yeah, it has got a little bit breezy here. I can see a lot of people out there now with jackets and jumpers on, but we're just going to get ready for our C Group riders to make their way down to the track from our top paddock, and then we'll get their race 2 underway.
Of course, this will be their second race of the day as well. Earlier on, it was number 236 Dan Spencer who took the victory ahead of 164 Sean Jones and the 34 of Ian Bremner. Keith Topless and Oliver Granger was your top 5. Noah Guillory, Dean Clark, Simon Wadsworth, John Oakes and Rick Owen on bike number 351 rounded out the top 10.
Yeah, so it was Rick Owen's teammate Sean Jones that managed to get himself promoted up to our B group. So both him and Dan Spencer won't be in this race, but they will start from the back of our B group race 2.
Unfortunately, there were 5 DNFs earlier on as well. Selby Trotter, Michael Med, Jackson Bennett, Bailey Stewart Campbell and Keith Jackson all showing as DNF. But we do have the grid here. Bailey Stewart Campbell, Michael Med is your front row. So good to see that Bailey Stewart Campbell, number 199, will be back out there on circuit.
Yep, so we'll just wait for them all to make their way down to us. But it was a good battle at the front with those 4 riders in race 1. You can see all that dust there being blown off our second off-road section. Luckily, not into the faces of all our spectators.
Thankfully not, no. But it's definitely not what the riders would want, but especially with the win there. But I suppose it is what it is, as they say, and it's the same for all of the riders there, isn't it? So no advantage or disadvantage, to say the least.
So here are our C Group riders now making their way round Mere down the banking. So this is their warm-up lap. They don't do the second off-row as part of their warm-up, so they do come straight to the grid. There's the 34 of Ian Bremner, so one of our elite riders, but unfortunately nursing an injury and in our C Group for today.
I noticed there's quite a mixture of machinery there as well. You've got the big 4 strokes and the 2 strokes and different displacements, different engine configurations, I guess, as well. But all seems to work out very nicely for these guys.
We do. So like I was saying to Lily, this sort of track doesn't really lend itself to particularly being a 450 circuit. It's not a fast flowing track, so there is a lot of off-road and sort of shorter straights that mean that the 85s don't lose out as much, and with the corner speed those guys are able to carry, they're able to race with our Supermoto Group C riders. This race is sponsored by Contract Solutions, so the engineering company up in Cooper in Fife. But there is the 67 of Keith Topless. He had a good race last time. Missed out on the start. He did drop back a few, so we'll have to see if he gets a better start on this one.
Well, that's the number 186 machine of Oliver Granger. Number 34 just making his way on to the pole position then. The number 34 of Ian Bremner, with that 3rd position earlier on today, does take the pole position ahead of, as you mentioned there, Keith Topless and Oliver Granger. That's the front row.
The leathers that he's wearing there do look quite, how would you put it? Race worn.
Race worn. Very polite.
Definitely in comparison to the photo we had taken for our little graphic we had on screen there.
Well, there's the 41 of Noah Guillory. He's out there, and interestingly enough, with not the number 41 on the levers, but more importantly, the 41 on the bike. Alongside him, number 16, Clark.
Yeah, Dean there doing well to be sat on 5th. So another rider that I think favours the off-road. So we'll just get them under starters orders.
It's going to be all eyes to the lights, and off they go then on the race towards the hairpin. Now, it looks like a good start there for a pole position man, number 34, Ian Bremner. So Ian Bremner, the man who was third position in race 1 earlier on this morning there. Looks as though he's going to take the whole shot there ahead of the 67 of Keith Topless there. So it is Bremner from Topless. That's the top 2. Number 186 up next in third position, Oliver Granger.
Yeah, and a good start there for the 351 of Rick Owen, who started 8th on the grid and looks like he's got himself up to 4th. So good start from him. Oh, we've got a faller. I think that is Steve Smith down. He's getting back up. And it looks like everyone's managing to make their way around him.
It's a shame there for Steve Smith, but he'll be back on his feet there as we saw, and looking to get back into contention, but plenty of work to do. But 7 laps is the duration of this particular race, and there's a spot of rain on the camera lens there. Please say it isn't so, as the dust is kicked up once again as they go over the tabletop. We're looking at the number 186 machine of Oliver Granger, but he's coming under pressure now for that position, and the outside berm there didn't work.
No, Rico in there taking the inside and managing to make a nice easy pass, which takes him up to, I believe, 3rd place. So great first lap for Rick Owen on that cranked up racing machine. Both him and Sean Jones also have their own YouTube channel, so if you want to see even more Supermoto action from these guys, it's a really good insight into what it's like to be a novice Supermoto rider and how to get into the sport. So check out their YouTube channel, Cranked Up Racing.
Looking from the start finish straight, here we are, the number 351 machine of Rick Owen, and making up 5 positions on that opening lap. Of course, he was the man who ran out the top 10 earlier on this morning, but he's up there in 3rd position now, 1.6 seconds behind Keith Topless and 1.8 seconds ahead of Owen Granger, number 186, who's there in 4th position. Then it's Noah Guillory, bike number 41, who's up next, rounding out the top 5. But Ian Bremner, number 34, 2.7 seconds at the end of the opening lap, and he's looking to extend it.
Yeah, I would expect as much from Ian Bremner. He is an elite rider and can easily be pushing into that top 10 on his day. It looks like he's also running wets as well, which I'm quite surprised about on board that racing and cruising Husqvarna. But like I said, he is nursing a wrist injury.
Good to see him back out there on the circuit as he flicks it left into the second of the dirt sections and through the gates, and heading towards the split lane section. In the split screen there, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 riders all fighting for the minor placings there. Interestingly enough, all opting for that outside berm as well, as Ian Bremner comes around to complete the second lap.
I think that was actually Farron Young leading that pack on board his older Husqvarna machine. So he was our winner of the Evo class yesterday, so pre-injection that machine. As we now watch into Mir, yeah, there is the 67 of Keith Topless on board that TM. So Keith has been a competitor in Supermoto for quite a number of years, took a little bit of a break away from the sport, and he's now back doing select rounds that he feels he enjoys. He's got, again, closely followed by Rick Owen there.
Watching them through the paddock section, then out of the paddock and heading towards the first of the dirt sections. Look at the difference in the lap times there. Ian Bremner, 2.9 seconds quicker than Keith Topless, but Rick Owen, 0.3 of a second quicker than the man in front then. Granger, Guillory and Clark, 26.3 for Granger, 25.3 for Guillory, and a 27.5 for Dean Clark. That's everybody inside the top 6 then, as we watch Keith Topless and Rick Owen around the berm then in the second of the dirt section, the first of the dirt sections, now making their way through farm bends on towards the second dirt section then, where our race leader is already just going through the shot then, is the number 34 of Ian Bremner.
Yeah, so Bremner with our fastest lap doing a 1:21.6, whereas Keith Topless only managing a 1:21.5. So that gap is just going to open up naturally over the course of this race. Topless now, the gap back to Rick Owen is about 1.2 seconds, so a little bit of breathing room there for him as they head now down the banking. You can see on that loose stuff there, it looked like Steve Smith may have just tapped the brake, and that's what sent him down. He just locked that front up as it tucked.
Through the paddock once more then. That is the number 67 of Keith Topless. Now, in the split screen, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, as we mentioned, that 5-way battle then currently being led by the 771 of Daryl Brett. They're making their way across the line now, as is the number 714 at the rear of that battle.
Yeah, my teammate Andy Goodsill, I wouldn't have expected to see him currently sat down in 19th. So I'm wondering if he's having a little bit of an issue. But he's still making his way around, so he'll just be picking people off as he goes. Not sure if this is a favourite track of his, unfortunately.
Keith Topless, well, the gap was 1.2 seconds between himself and number 351, Rick Owen, the man behind him. And for Momini, it may have opened up just a little bit there, as Rick Owen just loses a few tenths during this dirt section. But across the line once again, Ian Bremner's already across the line and gone once again. So Bremner with a 5.7 second advantage now over Keith Topless and Rick Owen.
We have had a pass in the mid-pack, so the 16 of Tommy Sayer has managed to get past the 184 of Farron Young. It looks like we've got a rider stopped in our second off-road. That's the number 6 of Dean Clark. There he is, just rejoining. See there in our split screen. As we watch Rick Owen pop back onto the banking there. So, going to start coming into a bit of lap traffic now, which, like you say, it can either work in your favour or work against you, unfortunately.
Well, that's the case. They head right up to the double yellow lines there. Was that the race leader there? Difficult to tell from this distance.
That was Rick Owen there, the 351 Cranked Up Racing rider. There he is.
Well, the gap between himself and Noah Guillory last time around there was around about 4 seconds or so, but it looks like it's closed up on this lap there. So Noah Guillory, he's in fact right there with him. It's with around about a second or so as he come out of the first of the dirt sections and on towards Farm Bends once more. So Noah Guillory is looking for a podium position here.
He is. So Noah will be looking to try and get himself set up to be on the front row for their final race of today a little bit later on this afternoon. As they come round, I think Noah's background is road race, especially looking at the style of that helmet, but he got through that off-road perfectly well there. You can see him there just going around the outside of that back marker, and then a little way back then to Oliver Granger, who currently sits in 5th.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. Noah Guillory, I have to admit, a name I'm relatively familiar with there from road racing, but yeah, certainly the more road racing style helmet there as he makes his way over towards the top upper part of the paddock once again, right behind the 351 of Rick Owen. But in the split screen, we've got a great battle there. Still looking at the number 6 machine of Dean Clark.
Looked like he was trying to make a pass there. He did take that split lane down the off-road, like you say, but just wasn't able to get on the gas fast enough to be able to make that pass, I don't think, as they head down the start-finish straight.
Into the first of the dirt sections there, blue flags waving. There's Rick Owen, there's Noah Guillory then. Plenty of air time for Noah. But last time around, it was, let's have a look, 0.9 of a second then. It's pretty much equidistant this time around. But just out of picture, our race leader getting into the thick of things with some of the back markers. But this battle on circuit, well, we do have 1.5 laps to go for these guys. In fact, it's the final lap now for our race leader. Ian Bremner, number 34, has made his way across the line there to be greeted by that last lap flag. But we are looking intently now at Rick Owen and Noah Guillory dropping down back onto the tarmac and onto the final lap.
Yeah, we can see there, Bremner getting caught up in all types of lap traffic there. Ooh, not quite sure who that was going nose first over the banking. So he has caught up with a few of our 85cc riders from our academy class. I think Andy Goodsill's having some issues with his knees there, standing up. I think he's taking a little bit of a breather. But his teammate and son-in-law Daryl Brett having a great ride. So Daryl currently sat in 15th, just in front of the 26th of Peter Wadsworth. Oh, it looks like he's just lost that place. And he's now in the clasps of the 56 of Lily Rhodes, I believe. But there's 34 of Ian Bremner making his way around the off-road using that outside berm.
Through Farm Bends then, and it's been a class ride there, hasn't it? 6 laps completed, and with a gap of 12 seconds, so averaging around about 2 seconds a lap quicker than the opposition in this particular race. Group C race number 2 here at Oliver's Mount as he drops down onto the tarmac to be greeted by the checkered flag.
Yep, so Ian Bremner looking to move up to our B group, but he will then be starting from the back, and as it stands, joining him will be the 67 of Keith Topless. See there, Peter Wadsworth just letting 34 of Ian Bremner by as they pop back up onto the paddock section, and it looks like, yeah, we've had the checkered flag, I believe.
Yep, so we're just watching Ian Bremner make his way around then.
A little bit of styling up as he headed over the ski jump there. So taking it nice and steady up that off-road for the final time.
There we can just see the amount of dust being kicked up from all of these guys. So Ian Bremner then 10.6 seconds over Keith Topless, Rick Owen and Noah Guillory.
It looked like Rick Owen may have just got past Keith Topless there on the inside. So we'll just have to keep an eye on it as they head round this final lap. So we'll keep an eye out. I think he has. So I think Rick Owen has made the pass up to second, which should promote him to the Bs.
Oh,
yep, there he is. So it's Rick Owen from Keith Topless, then it's Noah Guillory who manages to finish in fourth, and there is Oliver Granger crossing the line. In the mid-pack there, that looked like that was Dean Clark taking the inside line, running alongside Farron Young up that off-road section. I tell you, it's super bumpy as you head up there, and you're just letting the bike just sort of spin up and do what it wants.
There's a lot of commitment and trust in the bike then. Just watching this battle now coming towards the checkered flag. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 riders all in the mix there. There they are right in your picture, but across the line they go. And what a great battle all the way down the order. So Sayer ahead of the 95, the number 6, the 184, and then the number 70 machine of Gary Butler rounding out the top 10.
If you're watching at home on YouTube at the TNL Live Sports, give your riders a bit of a shout out in the live chat function, and we'll try and give them a shout out. So far we've had some people cheering on our TM Leeds UK riders, so that would be Alex Mullaney, Archie Reynolds and Chris Hodgson, and we've also got a few people on there asking about Craig Forshaw. We've also got Jamie Duncan on there watching. He's watching his teammate Richard Blakeman, so cheering him on there as well.
So 19 seconds, almost 20 seconds at the end of those 8 laps then for Ian Bremner over Rick Owen. It's certainly a class ride, and as you say there, will promote him up into the Bs. Good stuff there for Ian.
Another thing I think worth mentioning, if everyone here is enjoying watching the British Supermoto Championship, our next round won't be too far from here, not a million miles away, and that will be held at Teesside Autodrome, and that's on the 28th and 29th of September. So if you fancy watching some more of the action live, there's more great off-road there as well that you can get right up close and personal to. Make your way up to Teesside for the 28th and 29th of September.
Incidentally as well, it's just a couple of weeks before we get racing action back here at Oliver's Mount as well for the RST Steve Henshaw Gold Cup, the Blue Ribbon meeting here at Oliver's Mount. We've seen so many famous names in road racing compete in that particular event. Of course, Dean Harrison, Guy Martin, and going back further as well, we've seen the likes of Giacomo Agostini take part in the Gold Cup events here at Oliver's Mount. So plenty of action over the following weeks here, whether it be here at Oliver's Mount or following the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship.
So our podium finishers there making their way up. So that is the 34 of Ian Bremner taking the top step in our C group.
Number 67 machine of Keith Topless then making his way onto that third position, and a thumbs up all round there for Rick Owen on bike number 351. It's nice to see the amount of support here as well here at Oliver's Mount. The fans have come in their droves and giving them a round of applause there for Ian Bremner on bike number 34, 351 Rick Owen, and the 67 machine of Keith Topless. Your first, second and third place finishers.
Yep, so we'll just wait for our B group riders to make their way down to us. Keith there clearly chuffed with that third place. He was just pipped though on the last lap by Rick Owen through the off-road, wasn't he?
Yep, you're right, but that, correct me if I'm wrong, will put him on pole position for the C race later on this afternoon?
It will put Keith on pole for our final C race of the day. Rick Owen there showing off his bib, again that cranked up racing team on YouTube, so take a watch, you can be able to see probably this round as well as last year's. I know is definitely on there as well, so they've been doing little vlogs of their experiences in the British Supermoto Championship, so if you want a bit of an insight, make sure you go and check them out.
So we do have the Bees making their way around on their warm-up lap then before making their way on towards the grid. You can see the number 53 machine and the number 10 are the first of those to complete their warm-up laps, but looking down there is Andy Hayes on the number 18 machine, of course the number 99 machine of Mike Norbury. Again, another famous face here at Oliver's Mount, competing at the TT over previous years. He'll be out in this one as well. And, 10 out of 10 for the number 19151 machine of Blaine Pearson.
So there is the 10 of Paul Reynolds there, looking like he's probably just popping on his whole shot or just checking something on his machine. So I believe he'll be starting in fourth. There is the 1-2, that is Dax Almond there, I believe, on the Automotive Solutions. So I think him and James Crombie are actually sharing a bike this weekend. But Dax doing really well, so he'll be starting this race in 5th position.
Well, there was a wave there from the number 8 of Paul Rhodes, but right now we're looking at the number 98 machine of Jamie Rigg there. The 63 just moving through the shot, Kevin Crowthers. As we move further towards the rear of the field, there's number 323 bike, that is 14th on the grid, the number 59 bike. Up next of Dan Billum.
And there's 43 of Oliver Ross. So Oliver having a bit of an off in our race one, so he'll be looking to fight through the pack in this second race. A few other riders there that had issues. Ollie Sims, I think, stalled on the start, so he made it hard work for him.
Looks like we're all ready for a race start here. Green flag is shown at the back. And away we go then. We've got a good view of the pack streaming off of the line and heading towards Mere Hairpin at a great rate of knots. Look at them all bunched together then as they make their way in towards the first corner and blasting through the debris then. But it is up the inside for, let's have a look, there's that number 51 bike of Jason Slater, the man who's on pole position then, takes the race lead of this one. And the 98 machine, is that Jamie Wrigglesworth who's moved up into third place there, Danielle?
I think it was. I'm not sure what that was, that debris that we saw. Maybe a visor off a road race style helmet there that maybe shattered. It's all definitely something there as they made their way down the straight. But it is the 51 of Jason Slater, followed by the 151 of Blaine Pearson that lead us on this first lap.
So there goes Andy Hayes on bike number 18 then, and we did catch a quick glimpse of the number 99 of Mike Norbury. He's a little bit further down the order now, but big air there for the number 51 of Jason Slater. Opted for that inside line there ahead of the 151 of Blaine Pearson. Wow, the 51 and the 151, that won't get confusing at all. As the tail end for the minor placings there at least to make the way around. There goes Andy on the outside berm then. And a few riders, was that number 619? I didn't quite see that one there.
Yeah, that was Brett Barlow on board that Bathmate Husqvarna. So he's currently sat in the mid-pack, but it is Jason Slater who leads us as he crosses the line, followed by the 151 of Blaine Pearson, who's actually wearing Team Boss Paul Reynolds' leathers, so ignore the 10.
Just to make that job that much easier for us. So up there is number 51 of Jason Slater, then leading the way by 0.8 of a second at the end of the opening lap then. And the field rounded out by the number 164 machine. So plenty of action up and down the field then as... well, it's Blaine Pearson right there. As you said, don't get fooled by the number 10 on the back of the leathers then for Blaine Pearson. But Jason Slater does lead the way. Just a quick glimpse there of the number 323 of Scott Wright. He was across the line in 8th position. The 53 there of Simon Burgess. I have to say, these guys, of course, were here a couple of weeks ago, weren't they, for the demonstration laps at the Cock of the North event. And I have to say that the number 53 bike of Simon Burgess definitely got the front wheel hoisted up higher than anybody else.
I was just watching that. It looked like Jamie Wrigglesworth was having a bit of an issue, so saw him shaking his head as he headed in towards that paddock infield, and I haven't actually seen him exit just yet. So I wonder if he's had a bike issue there and may have to retire. But we'll keep an eye on our timing screen, see if we can get a little bit more information on that one. But again, down in the mid-pack, there is Dan Spencer taking that outside line. Following him there is Sean Jones, so our two riders that were promoted from our C Group Race 1. But then it's Paul Rhodes, followed by Paul Reynolds, Dax Almond making their way down the straight. Scott Wright there on board of what I think is a new machine to him, so he's on board a newer KTM, I believe. Yeah, there's Jamie Wrigglesworth, so he's having a little bit of a lonely ride there. Yeah, I do think he has had a bike issue there.
Not sure what the specific issue could be, but it certainly looked mechanical and bike related there, as you mentioned there. But the race leader's already through the paddock section of this Oliver's Mountain circuit then. Number 151 and the 51 machine then. As well, Jason Slater, Blaine Pearson, Simon Burgess was your order the previous time around, and there we can see that Simon Burgess with a 1 minute 19.3 was the fastest man on the circuit. But it is a change of the lead there for Blaine Pearson ahead now of Jason Slater as they make their way round that difficult 180 degree right-hander there. Both riders opting for the inside berm, but a little bit of a twitch there in fact for the man in second place as he got the power down onto the tarmac then in towards the second section. But it is the number 151 Blaine Pearson leading the way.
You can see there in the background Paul Rhodes putting the pressure on the 53 of Simon Burgess, who is currently our fastest man on track. But Paul Rhodes isn't letting him have that easy, so he's all over the back of him, followed by the number 10 Automotive Solutions team boss, Paul Reynolds, on board that Husqvarna. Both those riders nice and close. You can see there Mike Norbury on the 99 bike with a white helmet in the mid-pack, so he's just behind, I believe that was Dean Wingate on board that Honda that his new machine that he's got.
Good to see the number 73 there out on circuit once again. Of course, they didn't make the best of starts earlier on today there, unfortunately, but they are out there now and right in contention. So that's further down the order as we take a look once again at our race leaders making their way in towards the dirt section over the top once more.
And just keeping an eye on our live chat on YouTube, we've actually had Oliver Ross's mum wishing him good luck for this race too. So Oliver currently sat down in 15th, so that little bobble he had in race 1 unfortunately seems to be impacting his day, and he hasn't made his way through the traffic as much as he would have liked. So he's currently sat in 15th behind the 59 of Dan Billum, but we'll keep an eye out for him as well.
So interestingly, the gap last time between Blaine Pearson and Jason Slater was 1.7 seconds. This time around, as Jason comes across the line, then we're watching and waiting for the timing screen to update, and it's 3.7 seconds now, the gap between Blaine Pearson and Jason Slater. And the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap then for your race leader in the picture, number 151 Blaine Pearson, a 1 minute 18.381. Nobody else there has gone underneath that 1 minute 19 bracket.
Yeah, you can see those riders trying to go as wide as they possibly can then to square off that banking as they head back up. But you can see there is a clean line forming, but if you get onto that loose stuff, you will lose the rear and spin up and lose time. So trying to get the power down as hard as they can now as they head down this straight for our first off-road section of the lap.
There's Simon Burgess ahead of the number 8 machine of Paul Rhodes. So Paul Rhodes in 4th position as it stands. There is your second place man, number 51, Jason Slater. As we mentioned, just over 3.5 seconds behind your race leader. In your picture now, it's Blaine Pearson. So it was 1.9, it's now 3.7 seconds, and it looks as though it's extended once again on this lap. So 4 laps to go very quickly. Now going to be 3 laps to go with the front wheel up in the air as he gets the power down, heading towards Mere Hairpin at a great rate of knots.
Yeah, Simon Burgess there, tucking as much as he can to try and get as close to Jason Slater as he possibly can. But I have a feeling Slater will be making that time up in the off-road. So Pearson now out in front to the tune of 6.2 seconds. You can see that gap's opened up nicely for him. So he's already halfway down the straight before Jason Slater makes his way into that paddock infield section.
Over the tabletop then, 6.2 seconds was the gap between himself and Slater. Then number 51, there he is ahead of the 53 bike of Burgess. But, well, it's been a pretty classy ride so far from your race leader. But this battle for second place is really starting to hot up.
Yep, Burgess definitely trying to keep the pressure on the 51 of Slater on board that Trips UK KTM. In our split screen there, that looks like one of our Bathmate riders. I wonder if that's Kev Crowther's there, taking the inside line. There's Mike Norbury. I think that's followed by Oliver Ross. And then taking the inside there, we've got Brett Barlow getting a little bit out of sorts on the exit of that little hump on the way out. But Brett's currently sat in, I believe, 16th place. So good ride from him in the B group.
Well, it's a decisive move there for second place then, as it looks like number 99, Mike Norbury, has just had a slight get-off there. Not the first of the weekend, unfortunately, but he's back on the bike and back in the race. But a very swift move between Burgess and Slater there. So Burgess up into second place, Slater in the 3rd position now as they come on this lap. So we're heading towards the closing stages of this particular race then, as it is still Blaine Pearson leading this one by over 8.5 seconds now. Looking for our race leaders once again, but as we mentioned, 8.5 seconds was the gap this time, as our race leader Pearson makes his way into the second of the dirt sections here at Oliver's Mount, dropping down now onto the tarmac, and the last lap flag is now being shown for our race leader.
And it's still really close for the 4th, 5th and 6th positions between Paul Reynolds, Paul Rhodes and Dax Almond.
There we go, so we've had just one more lap to go, or half a lap to go there in the case of our race leader Blaine Pearson. But 7.7 seconds is the gap now between himself and the 53 of Simon Burgess, who's put 1.5 seconds of daylight between himself and the man who was in second place for quite some time there, Jason Slater. That's the podium positions at this stage. Paul Rhodes there ahead of Paul Reynolds. That's the top 5, but we are looking at the race leader then by quite a demanding margin.
Yeah, Blaine Pearson, another one of our elite riders, so he'll be glad to be making his way up to the A group for the final race of the day. I'm sure he'd wish he was there for all of the day, but unfortunately he made it hard work for himself in qualifying, so he'll be moving up at the end of this one. So this final corner, and then take the checkered flag, and we'll just wait now to fill in the rest of our podium spots.
So the 53 of Simon Burgess up next ahead of the 51 of Jason Slater. Paul Rhodes ahead of the 10 of Paul Reynolds. That's the order as they come across the line. Then just behind Paul Reynolds on bike number 97, it's Dax Almond. So that is your top 6. Then a number 3-2-3 machine of Scott Wright coming across the line next. Then we've got a 1-2-3-4-way battle then for this 8th place position. There goes Kevin Crowthers, and Neil Meelan and Dave Spafford were all in the mix there as well. So we're watching now, and it's Dean Wingate in 9th place, Andy Hayes, Dave Spafford, and Neil Meelan. We're still waiting to come across the line there.
He's had a little bobble in our second off-road section, so that cost him on that final lap. So Neil Meelan, I think, slotting in there in 16th.
Good to see Mike Norbury there on bike number 99. He had a slight get-off in the second section there as well. He managed to recover back up to 14th position.
So our final riders across the line was the 236 of Dan Spencer on board that Yamaha machine. So he's often ridden Yamahas over a number of years and has stuck with them. So I think that rider there that we can see in shot is the 67 of Keith Topless. So not sure if he's had a bike issue or a little get off somewhere, but unfortunately I don't think he'll have done enough laps to... Wait, no, he was in our C group. They'll have just been waiting for the podium.
So the top three in the second of the Group B races here then at Oliver's Mount make their way onto the podium. Third place, number 51, Jason Slater. Second place, number 53, Simon Burgess. But your winner, the 151 bike of Blaine Pearson.
So good to see our guys on the podium there. So they will now make their way back up to our top paddock to get ready for their final race of the day. So they'll be joining our A group riders who are now making their way out onto track. See there on screen the number 100 of Alex Mullaney on board that TM Leeds UK, not managing to make that inside berm. We have seen him struggle with that a few times during our previous race, so we'll see if we can make that work in race conditions, but just popping out of it there and hopping over the top.
So just to quickly remind ourselves then, earlier on today, it was the number 1 machine of Chris Hodgson who took the race win ahead of the 33 of Jay Smith and then the 54 of Richard Blakeman. You need to do the music. So Hodgson, Smith, Blakeman, Alex Mullaney there on bike number 100 in 4th place, and then it was the 94 machine of Lee Williams rounding out the top 5. Chris Walker, Oliver Holmes, Richard Sharp doing well to recover from his incident during that race. Darren Wells and Harley Sharp rounding out the top 10.
So all our riders now taken up their grid positions. So those riders there at the front there, leaning those bikes over, just trying to get as much oil onto those wet clutches as they can to try and get them the best start they can off the line. Make sure they've got no clutch slip. Is Chris Hodgson out of position there, I believe?
Well, the red lights are on and away we go then, and it's not the best of starts there for Chris Hodgson, it has to be said, but was that Jay Smith, the man in the middle of that front row then? Looks as though he may be taking the whole shot here. We'll be going to the apex of mere hairpin in just a moment's time, and there we are. And again, it's as you were the previous 2 times around. It was Jay Smith ahead of Chris Hodgson, with Alex Mullaney right there in 3rd place, ahead of the 54 machine of Richard Blakeman and Lee Williams in 5th place.
Yeah, another great start from Jay Smith. He did say on the podium that he would look at getting another whole shot for race 2, and he has done just that. So Jay out in front now, being chased down closely by the number 1 of Chris Hodgson. Then it is the 54 of Richard Blakeman. But it looks like he's lost that position to Alex Mullaney. So the 2 TM Leeds UK riders there on the inside, but Richard doing exactly what he said he was, which was taking those different lines. So he took the outside. Has he managed to find a way past Alex? And he has.
It was a bit touch and go there, wasn't it, on the exit of the dirt section there, but he's just about managed to get the power on and hold on to that 3rd place. Has number 54 of Richard Blakeman, but it is 33 Jay Smith, the man who was 2nd earlier on today, long-time race leader, and he said to you on the podium there that he just kept it a little bit too calm on that final lap, didn't he? So this time around, I'm sure he's going to come out all guns blazing.
Yeah, he did say he felt like he rode a bit reserved in race 1, so he'll be giving it all now in race 2 to try and open up that gap. But Chris Hodgson's not going to make it easy for him, so he's still all over the back of him, keeping the pressure on. But so is Richard Blakeman and Alex Mullaney. And there's a slight gap back to Lee Williams. Alex there landing absolutely sideways as he hopped back up onto the banking there.
So just watching further down the order, we just saw a quick glimpse of the 311 machine of Jake Sayer then. Earlier on he was 13th position, but this time around he is inside the top 10 after the first lap. Just a little bit sideways, of course, on the entrance in towards the dirt section here, but the top 4 is as you were the previous race, but the race leader then Smith, Hodgson, Blakeman and then Mullaney. And for my money there, Danielle, number 94 of Lee Williams is trying to keep tabs on these guys, is he? There he is.
Yeah, Lee Williams was a little bit off their pace in race 1, so he'll now be trying to see what are they doing differently that I need to do to try and bring those lap times down. So Lee Williams now trying to chase onto the back of the number 100 of Alex Mullaney. Another rider to keep an eye out on is the 217 of Richard Sharp. So we saw he had an issue at the start of race 1 and wasn't able to come back through until right at the very end, but he's now up to, I believe, 6th place as they cross the line. So he'll be trying to get in on the action that these guys are having at the front of the pack.
Jay Smith doing everything he can to keep Chris Hodgson and Richard Blakeman behind him there. Looks like Alex Mullaney is just losing a few tenths here and there, unfortunately. There is the 217 of Richard Sharp, just behind the 94 of Lee Williams, but that's the top 6 then, and it's almost side by side then for the race lead as they go in towards the dirt section, but just about Jay Smith holds on to the race lead.
Yeah, we see them there trying to scrub some speed off as they make their way over that big tabletop, taking that inside line, and it gets so tight there. If one person makes a mistake, I can see them all getting stuck there.
Well, that's what you've got to be careful of, isn't it? But the main man who benefit from that one would be the 100 of Alex Mullaney. He's 1.3 seconds behind at this stage there, so just needs to regroup and get onto the tail end once more of Richard Blakeman. But it's 1, 2, 3 down onto the tarmac once more to complete lap number 3.
You can see all the supporters on the pit wall there absolutely cheering their riders on and willing them to get past the riders in front. But it looks like the 217 of Richard Sharp has closed that gap down to the 94 of Lee Williams. So that is putting pressure on that 5th position.
Yeah, 2.3 seconds behind Richard Sharp. We find the number 155 bike of Chris Walker, who's 1 3/4 seconds ahead of the 817 machine of Harley Sharp and Darren Wells, who are having a good battle there for 8th, 9th. And number 311, Jake Sayer, rounding out the top 10 at this stage once again. over the tabletop once more. 33, 1, 54. That is your order as you go in towards this right-hander then. And again, every rider going for that inside berm. Likewise, Alex Mullaney in 4th position. Now, they have dropped the 94 of Lee Williams and Richard Sharp on bike 217, but they're having a good scrap for that final top 5 place.
Yeah, this does look like a repeat of race 1 so far, with Hodgson keeping all the pressure on Jay Smith, but that was until he did make a mistake, and like he said, he did take his own off-road section. They're pushing right to the limit of the track and just catching the grass there on the exit of our second off-road as they make their way down the start-finish straight.
Just saw a pit board go out there for the 94 of Lee Williams and it said P5 plus 0. Now that's not very reassuring, is it? If he had to look over his shoulder, he'd get a face full of the big 217 of Richard Sharp. But we are watching the leading trio then, and there is Alex Mullaney there, just about keeping his fingernails dug into the rear wheel of Richard Blakeman as they go into the paddock section.
Yeah, Alex isn't going to let this one go easily, but it has been a pass for the lead. So Chris Hodgson has taken the 33 of Jay Smith, so he looks like he's pulled a little bit of a gap there. So whether Smith made a mistake or if Hodgson forced the issue, I'm not sure we caught that, but he is now up to 1st, so he'll be looking now to try and check out at the front and let these guys fight amongst themselves for those remaining podium positions.
Alex Mullaney last time around was 1.7 seconds behind the 54 of Richard Blakeman. And of course, just to remind ourselves, earlier on it was Hodgson, Smith and Blakeman on the podium there. Alex Mullaney relegated in the very closing stages of the final lap. And a five-way battle in your split screen there as well for minor placing. But Chris Hodgson then, a slight power wheelie there as they come on towards the tarmac, then heading towards mere hairpin. And there is Lee Williams and Richard Sharp, who are just about to pop into picture, but we are back with our race leaders now into the paddock, then jumping into the lower half of the paddock, a quick right-hander then, and then back onto the upper half of the paddock section. But Hodgson now with a 1.2 second lead over Jay Smith, who in turn is less than half a second ahead of Richard Blakeman, with Alex Mullaney now within a second.
So Chris Hodgson has stolen that fastest lap from Richard Blakeman. Now with that clear track, he's now put in a 1:13.2. So without anyone in front of him, he's now able to push as hard as he likes to try and open up that gap. I think that you can actually hear Richard Blakeman shouting. So when they've got the low revs, Richard there shouting, trying to urge the 33 of Jay Smith on, or even trying to force a mistake.
Into the dirt section once more, and Chris Hodgson seems to be checking out here. The gap was 1.2 seconds as they came across the line the previous time around. We'll keep an eye on it as they cross the line this time around to complete lap number 6. And there goes your second place man, Jay Smith, is now 2.3 seconds. So it has opened up by around about 1.1 seconds on this lap alone. But Chris Hodgson, there's a reason he's wearing that number 1 plate, isn't there?
There is. He is definitely... he knows how to manage a race and he knows how to ride with his head. If he didn't, he wouldn't have so many British Championships under his belt. Great ride there from Jake Sayer. So Jake currently sat just outside of the top 10 in 11th. So he's just behind the 188 of Seth Gibson. So another good ride from another one of our under 21 riders.
Yep, Hodgson's checking out here, isn't he? He's 2.3 seconds up the road now from Jay Smith on that number 33 machine. Richard Blakeman and Alex Mullaney still just about in touch with Jay Smith. And of course, well, Alex Mullaney, he was just shoved off of the podium earlier on today. He wouldn't want to do that again.
No, so Alex seems to have caught back up to this group a little bit more now. It looks like Blakeman's got the bit between his teeth with Jay Smith and he's trying his best to chase him down. But while these two battle, it will leave that door open for the number 100 of Alex Mullaney to pick up the pieces should anything go wrong.
There's our top 4 in the picture then. Number 217 of Richard Sharp has come across the line then. But we're looking further down the order, and number 94 machine is still yet to come across the line. We'll keep an eye on him. And there is the number 41 machine. Just behind him is the number 94. So not sure what's happened to Lee Williams on that lap there, Danielle, but he's dropped down from 5th to 14th position.
Yeah, it looks like he's heading off somewhere. Don't think we quite saw it. but that'll be his race pretty much over, so he'll just now try to recover, see if he can pick up any places in these final few laps. But that promotes Richard Sharp up to 5th place, so but it is still this battle for second between the 33 and the 54. You can see there just in shot where you've got Chris Hodgson out in front now, so his gap's opened up to over 2 seconds. Yeah, so the gap out to Chris Hodgson from Jay Smith is now 3.4 seconds. So Chris now with a nice bit of breathing room as they head into the last couple of laps of our Trips.UK British Supermoto A Race 2.
And for Momini, it looks like a real technical section of the circuit there as well. Jumping from the lower paddock in towards the upper paddock there. Seems you have to get the landing right, but you're not exactly landing straight there, are you?
No, you are landing on quite an angle, and then also trying to get it stopped and on the power to then head down the start-finish straight as fast as you can without going into the rector cells and the grass. So, a lot to think about there. Looked like a little mistake there from Blakeman as he came over that exit of the berm. It looks like the feet were coming off the pegs, and that gap has opened up a little bit now as they head into our second off-road.
Alex Mullaney then just dropping a few seconds or so in these final couple of laps, but Chris Hodgson already across the line. The last lap flag is now being shown to all of these guys, so the top 4 are through. It's now a lonely 5th position for the 217 of Richard Sharp then, but all eyes towards that battle for second as we keep our eyes on the number 1 machine of Chris Hodgson. Then there's that jump we were talking about then, landing on the side of the tyre almost, and trying to get the power down, avoid the stones, avoid the rector cell, and weave your way through the paddock.
Yep, Hodgson now coming into this off-road section for the final time of this race, using that outside berm and then round over that step, that ski jump, again taking the inside line, which shows it's not only quicker, but he also feels just as comfortable taking that as he did the outside. And then round farm bends as they head back up onto our second off-road. So there was sort of like a bit of a mound, you see there, it kicks the back wheel off a little bit, and then hard on the power round these 2 berms, and he'll cross the finish line to take the checkered flag.
Another race win then, 2 from 2 for your number 1 machine of Chris Hodgson. 1.5 seconds in the end over the 33 of Jay Smith, and then the number 54 of Richard Blakeman, again rounding out the podium. So the same top 3 from race 1 earlier on today, and that is the case in this second race. Of course, we will have the 3rd race later on this afternoon as well, but it is going to be the number 100 of Alex Mullaney next across the line. Then Richard Sharp on the number 217 bike. So that's your top 5 then. Hodgson, Smith, Blakeman, Mullaney and Sharp. There goes the 155 machine of Chris Walker, ahead of Harley Sharp and Darren Wells. Darren Wells ahead of, we expect, the number 188 machine of Seth Gibson, but there's been a last-minute fall there, unfortunately, for the number 79 machine of Peter Bennett. So Peter Bennett then on bike number 79 will cross the line in 14th position there. But Lee Williams, who was inside the top 5 for a long time during that race, then dropped down to around about 16th or so. He's up in towards 13th as they took the checkered flag then. So O'Connor was there in 12th place behind Hillier. Jake Sayer inside the top 10. So 15th position there, number 145, Luke Armitage. Then it's Darrell Pennington, Paul Gibson, and then rounding out the top 18 there is the 58 bike of Craig Forshaw. So again, the same podium from earlier on today. Chris Hodgson, Jay Smith and Richard Blakeman. We'll be able to have a quick word with them in around a minute or so. But a 1.5 second advantage at the end of the race there for Hodgson over Jay Smith. It really was a case of when he got by, there was no stopping him there, despite the efforts of Jay Smith and Richard Blakeman. It'll be interesting to see what Alex Mullaney's comments will be after that race. He looked as though he was right in contention, then dropped back a little bit, then was on the rear wheel once again of Richard Blakeman before finishing the race when the checkered flag went out, 5 seconds behind the number 54 of Richard Blakeman. So that's your top 4 then, and 2:17 of Richard Sharp, a slightly better showing in the second race compared with his 8th position finish earlier on this morning. So that's your top 5. Chris Walker, number 155. It's 2 P6s on the day so far. He'll be looking to improve in the third race later on this afternoon. Harley Sharp, Darren Wells, Seth Gibson, and Jake Sayer, who was P13 this morning. He is there inside the top 10. Dean Hillier, Dale O'Connor, Lee Williams, as we mentioned, an off-screen error saw him drop down the order, but he's across the line in 13th. Then Peter Bennett, again, a slight incident on the final berm, then see him drop down to 14th. Then Luke Armitage, Darrell Pennington, Paul Groom, and Craig Forshaw. But here we're just getting ready for the podium, and I'm sure we can have a delightful word with our podium finishes of Blakeman, Smith and Hodgson. But there is Jay Smith then, the man who has been close but not quite close enough behind Chris Hodgson so far throughout the course of the day. But, well, Chris Hodgson, seemingly with the advice from his TM mechanics, it's working well for him. You can hear in the background there as well, the wind is still persisting here at Oliver's Mount. But, well, it's nothing for these guys. They have plenty of experience and plenty of races behind them there, so they will know exactly how to deal with it. But in the meantime, let's have a word with Danielle.
Good race from yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. Probably a bit more out of breath in that one because I think we pushed on a lot more than the first race. I think the pace was a little bit quicker, but no, it was good. I enjoyed that, sitting behind these two. It's quite nice. I just want to say a big shout out to Jamie Duncan and Ollie Holmes. But yeah, so hard one, but good.
Hard but good. So we will try and grab a word with Jay Smith. You did say you were going to get the whole shot again in that one, and you did. You just couldn't quite keep the lead for as long.
Nice. I'm probably having a little struggle in the little tight twisty bits, but I feel super comfortable. I ain't going to put a foot wrong. That brings back memories, that, doesn't it? Yeah, so I just need to just keep doing what I'm doing. That's it, and then not try to let that sort of red mist drop and then me drop, you know what I mean? So I'm just happy just to keep plodding along, getting the points. It's all good.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say we could hear you shouting. We could hear you. I think
the thing is though, because when Richard shouts, you know he's close, but then he didn't shout for a bit, so I thought, I've pulled on him, yeah? And then he started shouting again.
You had no breath left.
Yeah. So, but no, I think I've raced with Richard many years and I've sort of learned to just block out the noise.
But I think we're all trying to find out a way to block out the noise.
It's possible. But no, another good race. Reverse grid. Are we doing the reverse grid or is it well moody?
Reverse grid.
Okay, we're going to do the reverse grid, so that's it. Let's just see how that goes. It's weird because I've raced here all weekend and I ain't been behind anyone apart from when he's passed me. So it's like to go 5 or 6 people behind. I ain't experienced that all weekend. So yeah, so we'll see.
Yeah, we will see. And then finally with our race 2 winner, managed to get out in front, no mistakes that we could see. Good race.
Yeah, great race. Apart from, Jay got the run on the start. That was about it. Got past Jay, and yeah, just put my head down for maybe 2 or 3 laps and got a gap and just managed the gap.
Yeah, we did see, so through the off-road you were taking that really tight inside berm and making it look really smooth. So I think it was your teammate Alex, he had feet off the pegs at one point going around there, even on the warm-up lap. So it's really tight through there, but what do you think of the all-new off-road?
Everything's so loose, you know, if you're trying to attack, you're just going to end up falling off or being slow. So the key is to be smooth, which I think is playing it to my favour today. But yeah, credit to them, they put on a great event again. So dead happy to be where we're at and, you know, happy with the riding and yeah, It's all good.
You're just happy.
Yeah.
Seen on the YouTube live chat, you've had someone called Andy say he's your biggest fan. So he's on there cheering you on. A lot of.
Andy then, and get well soon, Jason Duncan. You know, we're missing you this weekend. So.
Speaking of Jamie Duncan being out, we do also. That means that the championship's now wide open. So we know you dropped around at the start of the season, but consistency. I think all three of you can be in with a chance now.
Yeah, I mean, Jay's still got his double pointer to play, so that'll be weighing heavy on his mind, and you know, I'll make sure that we keep on telling him that psychological warfare. But yeah, we're still in with a shout. You know, we'll never say never.
Well, we'll wrap it up and we will rejoin our Academy Race 2.
Thank you very much, Danielle, and to our podium finishes there. But out on circuit now, we do have the Academy races there, and once again, I'm joined by Izzy Wingate here. And what did you enjoy the commentary earlier on?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying doing it, to be honest. And it's really good to see things from different angles as well.
Absolutely, yeah, but I know you'd rather be out there racing, wouldn't you?
Definitely, yeah.
So at the moment then, we are on lap number 2 of this race then, and our top 5 is Archie Ormrod, Edward Darnton, Liam Pearson, Archie Reynolds and Jackson Bennett. But you know these races a lot better than what I do there, and Archie Ormrod, he's looking good, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. But Archie Ormrod and Liam Pearson are doing a 1:27.
That is very true there. So they are on the race leader's pace then. A 1:27.134 is the fastest lap set by Archie Ormrod, but a 1:27.8 for Liam Pearson as we watch Archie on the screen then in towards Farm Bend. Second place, number 41 there, Edward Darnton. 2.5 seconds behind as they go in towards the dirt section then on this third lap. But Archie, the race winner earlier on today by quite a substantial margin there, but this time around it doesn't look as far apart, does it?
No, not yet. Maybe he might be pulling a gap slower.
I heard you mention as well that Archie, every time he drops from the second berm here onto the start-finish straight, he's in mid-air and he's sticking his leg out as well.
Yeah, I think he's like preparing for the corner. I think there's a good battle between Jackson Bennett, Lily Rhodes and Max Rhodes beginning to happen there.
Yep, well, definitely. They've come across the line there, 1.9 seconds behind, and we can see them on the timing tower to the left-hand side there. So Jackson in 5th place, Lily and Max in 6th and 7th place. The 79 leads the 56, who leads the 58. Further down the order there, Cole Reynolds, Josh Walker and Tyler Clark are inside the top 10 then. But Archie Ormrod, on that previous lap, a 1:27.4. So he's looking to extend that lead, and he's very consistent as well. So a 1:28.0 and a 1:28.2 for Edward Darnton and Liam Pearson then, but over that big jump then goes Archie Ormrod, taking the outside berm then. And if you was out there racing, Izzy, would you go for the inside or the outside? Which one seems better?
I think it depends on obviously how quick you can take it, but if you can take the outside quick, then that's going to be better. But if you're more confident on the inside and reckon you can just get round that quicker, and you don't think you'd be able to get the outside the speed that you'd need to carry, then the inside would be better. But for me, I think I'd definitely take the outside.
That's a good point as well, and especially on this split lane as well. Of course, I haven't seen yet Archie go for the the inside one to give him the outside onto the start-finish straight, but here we can see Jackson Bennett is going for that line just off of screen. But back with our second place man at the moment, Edward Darnton, doing everything he can to try and keep up there with Archie.
It's obviously some put their knee down and some put their foot out. You have the difference between that is quite substantial.
Definitely there, yeah. It's just a few differences between the riding style there, isn't it? And which one do you use when you race?
Knee out.
Knee out.
Apart from the corners straight after the dirt, because obviously there's dirt on your tyres.
That's a good point, absolutely. And you definitely don't want dirt on the tyres when you're leaning the bike over, as far as what these guys do, and I'm sure what you do as well. So Archie still leads the way there, 2.5 seconds almost ahead of Darnton. Then Liam Pearson doing everything he can to keep tabs on Edward Darnton as well. Archie Reynolds and Jackson Bennett still there inside the top 5. But that battle that you mentioned there between Jackson, Lily and Max, it's still going on.
I think it's quite a tight battle as well. Cole Reynolds has also crashed up at the top of that screen there.
I would just see the yellow flag. A good spot there, Izzy, as they make their way around onto the split lane section and back onto the tarmac once more. So we do have now 2 laps to go. So not a whole lot of time left in this race, and what's interesting is that on that previous lap it was a 1 minute 26 for Archie, and also Edward was on a 1 minute 26 as well. So they're not slowing down much, are they?
No.
Archie then in towards the lower paddock then, and stepping up back into the upper paddock there. And here they go then. So watching them now, and there's the number 41 machine. A quick look over the shoulder there for Edward Darnton. Now a look over the shoulder there. Is he just checking where his opposition is?
Yeah, I think so.
So he is around about 3 seconds, 2.5 or 3 seconds ahead now of Liam Pearson. So he's got a bit of breathing room behind him there for Archie Reynolds and Lily Rhodes. Then again, it's a relatively lonely ride for Archie Reynolds, but Lily is ahead of Jackson this time around. So Lily Rhodes, Jackson Bennett and Max Rhodes is your order for that final top 5 position there. Some big air as well for Liam Pearson. That's bigger than what I could do.
I think the ones that are used to motocross are definitely an advantage of this track due to the amount of dirt that there is compared to the other tracks.
Definitely. But just having any quick reports there coming through of there seems to be slight rain coming down here, unfortunately. So it's not very good when it rains, though, is it? Do you prefer the rain or do you prefer the dry?
I'm good in the rain, but I prefer the dry.
Absolutely. So we are keeping a look on the number 150 of Liam Pearson, just making his way on the inside of the split lane there, which are giving the outside onto the start-finish straight then. But the last lap flag is now being shown, and the gap is 4.7 seconds between Archie Ormrod at the front of this race. There he is in your picture. The 40 leads the number 41 of Edward Darnton by almost 5 seconds then. But we'll be watching on the timing tower to the left-hand side of the screen here for that battle between Rhodes, Bennett and Max Rhodes.
Max made a leap. He went on the outside, whereas the other two went on the inside to get past them both there. That was a really good move.
Absolutely. Well, it is Lily Rhodes, Jackson Bennett and Max Rhodes as it was, and there's a few spots of rain on the camera lens there as well. As we watch that first position, there goes second place man, number 41, Edward Darnton. But big air once again for Archie Ormrod, who you told me off of the air that he's got a lot of experience in motocross.
Yeah, I think he came from motocross and then tried out Supermoto. So he's obviously doing really well on this track.
Definitely, it seems to lend itself to his talents there. The leg out as he goes through farm bends, and the camera there, it makes it deceptively shallow there, but I can tell you that it is quite steep going from the left of farm bends over towards the right hand side as Archie Ormrod once again makes his way into the final dirt section as the dust is getting kicked up here with the wind, which is still persisting here at Oliver's Mount, but it's not going to stop the number 40 of Archie Ormrod, who takes the checkered flag yet again then with a 1 minute 27.4 on that final lap. Through comes the 41 of Edward Darnton, and Liam Pearson, number 150, is up next. So the number 5, Archie Reynolds, then will be the next rider to make their appearance in our camera shot and across the line. But in the picture there, we do have the number 6 of Tyler Clark. But the next rider's coming into view now is that battle between the Rhodes and the number 79 of Jackson Bennett. But who's it going to go to?
I think Max has just got it there. Max, then Jackson Bennett and Lily Rhodes.
That was really close at the end of that race there, wasn't it? Can you believe that there was around about 1 second separating 3 riders across the line?
That's very close.
So it is Lily Rhodes, Jackson Bennett, and Max Rhodes, Jackson Bennett, and Lily Rhodes, 58, 79, and 56 across the line. So just a couple more riders there as we now expect the number 6 machine of Tyler Clark to make his way.
I think Tyler Clark's very new to it, but he's doing really well to see how new he is to the, I think, pretty new bike as well.
It's a difficult discipline of motorsport, isn't it, Supermoto? I mean, you've got the elements of motocross with the dirt and the jumps, and also the elements of road racing with the tarmac, but he seems to be taking to it really well, doesn't he? Yeah. So he's across the line there, is Tyler Clark on the number 6 machine inside the top 9 positions, and the 455 machine of Josh Walker there comes across the line in 8th position there. So good battles all the way down the order there, but nobody could take the win away from Archie Ormrod, could they?
No.
No, but Edward Darnton and Liam Pearson then is once again inside the top 3 positions. That will see them go onto the podium then. Archie Reynolds, Max Rhodes, Jackson Bennett inside the top 6. Lily Rhodes, Josh Walker and Tyler Clark is your order. But thank you once again, Isabel. It's always nice to have a rider's insight into these kinds of races, and I have to admit it's not something that I have, because I'll tell you a little secret, I haven't raced, but so you've got more experience at this than me, and you're doing a great job at commentating as well. You're welcome.
Thank you.
We'll see you later on for the 3rd race, yeah?
Thank you.
No problem at all. So we're going to take a very short break there while we get the mini bikes out onto the circuit there, but don't go anywhere, because we'll be back very shortly with the 3rd and final races of the day.
Welcome back to our final block of races for round 6 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship, being held here at the famous Oliver's Mount circuit here in Scarborough. So see there a few drops of rain on the camera. It looks like we've had a little bit of a shower while we've had our mini bikes out on track while we had a little bit of a break. So we will keep an eye out on that, but it doesn't look like the track's wet. All these riders should still be on slicks, but we did see the odd few riders out there on wets earlier in the dry, so I don't think it'll make any difference, Brad.
No, I'll agree with you, since you're the expert here in the commentary box, but whatever you say goes. As we get ready for the Contract Solutions British Supermoto Group C for the third and final race of the day for these guys. 22 mile an hour winds and gusts of even stronger than that.
Yeah, a little bit further down here we are sheltered by, I'd say, by the trees that are here at Oliver's Mount circuit. So you can see there on the left hand side of the screen, those trees just sort of sheltering our second off-road section a little bit from the wind, and also blowing off some of that dust that we saw a little bit earlier on. So we're just going to wait for our C group riders to make their way down the hill and onto the track for their warm-up lap. I think we just saw someone zip past there, so out now doing their warm-up lap, and we'll take a look at the grid.
Well, Betty Stewart Campbell on the number 99 and Michael Med on the 777 machine are showing as being on the front row, but we don't believe that is the case there. We will be having the riders making their way onto the grid any moment now. But here they come then.
So it will actually be the 67 of Keith Topless that will be on pole, followed by the 41 of Noah Guillory. And then we'll have 186 of Oliver Granger, and then the 16 of Tommy Sayer.
After Tommy Sayer, we get the 95 of John Oakes, the number 6 of Dean Clark, 184 Farron Young, 70 Gary Butler, Gavin Scaife, Simon Wadsworth, Lily Rhodes, Andrew Murphy, Peter Wadsworth. Bailey Stewart Campbell is there on the grid at the moment, but looks like a bit of a Billy No Mates at this time. Liam Pearson, Darryl Brett, Max Rhodes, Andrew Goodsell, May Chalice, and James Crombie rounding out the order. Steve Smith, unfortunately, on bike number 671, DNF'd.
Yeah, I think we saw Steve take a little bit of a tumble early on in that race, so might not have just done enough laps to qualify. But again, we'll just keep an eye out for these riders making their way down.
So Bailey Stewart Campbell there, we can just about see on the shot here, just to the left-hand side of the foreground. But Bailey Stewart Campbell, of course, a name I have to admit recognised from the British Superbike paddock and various different road racing paddocks as well. So could I be right in saying that Bailey Stewart Campbell there, it's his first time or first season racing the Supermotos, or...?
Yeah, he's not a rider I'm particularly familiar with, but you can see that. So his bike's been set up definitely in more of a road race style for the mini bikes, and he's got those knee sliders on his leathers. So I would hazard a guess that he has probably come from that more road race style background. See there, a few little patches being filled on our off-road section, just trying to make it as smooth as possible for these riders, because those bumps and lumps can kick the back wheel all over the shop as you're heading up there, and you are trying to go as fast as you can.
Yeah, certainly not what you want there, but we are still waiting now for the other competitors in this particular race. Of course, earlier on today, just to remind ourselves, it was Ian Bremner, Rick Owen, who were in those top two positions ahead of Keith Topless, who rounded out the podium finishers. He will be there on pole position, but we should be getting the riders down with us any moment now. In fact, here they come then, and there goes Keith Topless on bike number 67.
Yep, Keith there, we're sitting on pole for this one. You can see there the 56 of Lily Rhodes on board her KTM 250, so she's racing in both the Academy and in our Women's Championship on a Saturday, so she's doing double GC out there on both her small bike and her big bike. She did say to me yesterday she's found this track quite tricky, especially with all the hard braking zones, so sort of really tough on your shoulders, which I'd have to say I agree with.
trying to brake to make your way into this first off-road. You're really, really hard on the brakes, just trying to stop the bike. And for someone sort of Lily's size on what is basically an adult's bike, she's doing a cracking job out there.
There's the 186 machine of Oliver Granger just engaging the start device there. Number 41 to his left-hand side, Noah Guillory. And Noah Guillory, of course, he doesn't have the number 41 on the back of the levers, but he is number 41 on the machine then. And, of course, Noah, formerly in the road racing paddocks then, making the switch here to the Supermotos. And to his left-hand side, we can just about catch a glimpse of your pole position man, number 67 of Keith Topless, the man who was at third position earlier on this afternoon.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on this front row. Who's your money on for the whole shot then, Brad?
Well, I'll let you know after the first corner. No,
I think that might be cheating.
Well, you'll have to... it'll be hard to look past Keith Topless there from pole position there, but Noah Guillory, well, he's used to getting the machines off of the line there, especially in the road racing paddock, so hopefully he'll be able to give Keith a run for his money there as we take a look at Gary Butler on bike number 70 and the number 5 machine of Simon Wadsworth on the Trips.UK supported bike.
Yep, and there is his brother, that is Peter Wadsworth, Simon's brother, in those Race IQ Integrative leathers. And there is the 58. That's not Craig Forshaw, that's in fact Max Rhodes, significantly younger than Craig Forshaw. I'm sure he won't mind me saying.
So the red flag shown at the front then, and it's going to be all eyes to the lights in just a moment's time. So click it in the first gear, clutches in, and away we go. And there we go. It's a great start for the number 41 of Noah Guillory then. So beaten off of the line there, but is that the number 186 machine potentially there of Oliver Granger, just slotting up the inside of Noah Guillory as we go in towards mere hairpin then. And there we go. There is Noah in second place there. Not the best of starts for Ian Bremner. He is, where are we? A little bit further down the order, are
He's
we?
in the B group for the next race.
Well, then that's why I can't find him.
I think so. Noah Guillory there got a great jump off the line, but I think with being on a smaller capacity bike, I think he's on a 250. He just got outrun to that first corner by the 186 of Oliver Granger, who managed to just get the legs on him. But Noah Guillory was able to sort of block the 67 of Keith Topless into the first corner, so that's popped Keith down to third as they head into this first lap. So it's all for Keith to do on this final one. Now, no more races after this one, so no promotion up to the B group. However, I think this one is more for pride and points if you are in a championship.
So John Oakes there in fourth position. It seemed to me like the number 95 machine is just about keeping tabs on the 67 of Keith Topless. My apologies to Ian Bremner there. Of course, we'll see him in around about 15 minutes time or so. But at this stage, coming around to complete the first lap then, Oliver Granger on bike 186 leads the way. Noah Guillory, on bike number 41. And then across the line next up, we can say all of the riders filtering down onto the start-finish straight to end the first lap. But Noah Guillory made a great start there, but just about relegated by Oliver Granger, the man in your picture at the moment, leading the way then. Keith Topless right there with him.
Yeah, these three riders, you could throw a blanket over them at the front at the moment. So really, really close. And the 95 of John Oakes just trying to get in on the action there. You can see just a few bike lengths behind. Noah Guillory really, really keeping the pressure on Oliver Granger. So even on that small capacity bike, he's managing to keep up with them down these straights as they head into our off-road section here at the top.
No, last time around it was Noah went to the inside there, but this time around he goes to the outside. Likewise, Keith Topless there. So Oliver Granger, the only rider in the top four there too, go for the inside berm there, and Noah Guillory almost worked for him there as Keith Topless is all over the back end of Noah as well. He's almost up the inside there, but not this time around. Noah Guillory holds on to second position then and is stalking that number 186 of Oliver Granger as they make their way in towards the second of the dirt sections and that all-important split lane.
Yeah, it would be nice to see if Noah Guillory can sort of choose a different path to be able to get by. I think that might be, is that... Not sure who that is down in the off-road. Was that Simon Burgess, maybe? That had gone down. Not 100% sure who it is on that Husqvarna. But they lost a few places there. Keith Topless trying to find a way around the outside of Noah Guillory there, but just not able to find a gap. Now, the challenge with these C Group riders is if a few of them aren't as confident through the off-road section, they might not be able to sort of optimise those split lanes. They've found a path that works for them, they've found a line that they like, and it might be a real challenge for them to switch that up to try and make a pass. Now, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but it is worth keeping an eye out, and I think if someone's able to sort of take that risk and choose a different line, then that'll be the difference between a podium position and not.
Noah Guillory goes for that inside burn there, and Oliver Granger, he's just a little bit loose on the exit there, but just about holds on to the race lead. There does Noah Guillory. So Oliver Granger then, for the first time in this particular race then, has a man in front of him to try and topple off the lead of the race then, but Noah Guillory, with that inside line on bike number 41, does take the lead of the race.
He did. He just popped out of that berm a little bit earlier than he would have liked to, I suspect. But if anything, it did work in his favour. He managed to take the line away from Oliver Granger. So preventing Granger from really getting the power down on that 450 heading up the hill. A little bit further down the path there, you can hear the sing of those two-stroke 85s. I think that was Max Rhodes and Jackson Bennett. Little look over the shoulder there from Guillory, trying to see sort of what gap he's got, and he has opened it up quite significantly, especially for only having the lead for less than a lap.
Well, the number 67 of Keith Topless will be seeing this there, and he'll be doing everything he can to get in front of the 186 of Oliver Granger there, won't he? Because he'll see Noah Guillory just streaking away from them, and if anything, he'll be getting more and more impatient as the corners and the laps tick by. But it is still the 186 of Oliver Granger there in second place. There we just caught a quick look of the 95 of John Oakes, the man who was 7th in the race earlier on today. Then Noah Guillory a little bit sideways on the landing there, but takes it into his stride and opts for the outside burn this time around to carry the momentum out of the dirt section and into farm bends.
Yeah, Guillory looking really comfortable there, even with the leg out on what would be said to be sort of a normal road race style corner there, farm bends. He still had his leg out, so showing that this style of riding is starting to come a lot more naturally to him. Topless there, stood up heading through the off-road. He definitely does look like he's got the speed to be able to make a pass through the off-road section. He just hasn't chosen a different line and is playing a little bit of follow the leader there by the looks of it.
Yeah, well, we are, of course, ticking the laps off as they make their way in towards Mere Hairpin. At least Noah Guillory makes his way into Mere Hairpin. There goes Keith Topless, and again, they're trying to get the switch back there, but not close enough and no room as they drop down into the lower paddock then. The 186 of Granger, the 67 of Topless, and also a bit of a land on the nose there for Oliver Granger, as he still holds on to second place there. There's John Oakes, bike number 95, and in all honesty, he has the best seat in the house for this battle for second place there. Just a second or so up the road from him, but Keith Topless, he'll know that time is starting to run out now, as Noah Guillory increases his advantage.
Yeah, it looked like we also had a little bit of a retirement there in the background. But again, Topless standing up through this off-road. It'd be nice to see him try and maybe take the inside line to see if he can make that work for him, rather than following Granger as they head up back out onto the tarmac, round farm bends. He's all over the back of him, so I don't think following him is doing him any favours. If anything, it's going to actually slow him down.
Now, does he go for the different line here on the split line? But no, he doesn't. It's Oliver Granger still leading the battle there for second, ahead of Keith Topless. Then onto the tarmac they go and heading towards Mere Hairpin once more. John Oakes is across the line on bike number 95. That's your top four at this stage. It is the 41 machine of Noah Guillory through the picture then. There is the battle for second, and again, Keith Topless hard on the brakes there, but there's no room to get by.
Yep. Oliver Granger's doing everything right. He's making himself and putting himself exactly where that bike needs to be to send Keith Topless down round the long way, no matter where he wants to try and get past him. So there is Guillory just heading out of shot, and then we'll keep an eye out for our second and third place. You see Topless there trying to move up alongside, but just not enough space. So this road race circuit here at Oliver's Mount, incredibly narrow compared to some of the circuits that we venture to. Again, Topless not able to sort of go out onto that loose gravel to be able to make a flying pass down the outside. We haven't seen anyone really try that. But again, not trying that inside line, I think, is costing him.
Well, it seems as though there's a slight technical issue with the live timing at the moment there, but the powers that be are working frantically to get that all sorted for the next race then. But we'll keep an eye on it here as the last lap flag goes out to the number 41 of Noah Guillory. So just one more circulation to go around this Oliver's Mount circuit then. Oliver Granger and Keith Topless, nothing to separate them again as they come around to complete the penultimate lap, and onto their last lap they go.
Yeah, so here they are. It is this battle for second that we're keeping a very close eye on. Topless just not able to find a way through. A little bit further down in the mid-pack, that's Tommy Sayer and Dean Clark, along with Simon Wadsworth, taking our last lap flag. So that looks like it's probably around the battle for 10th or 11th. We'll keep an eye on that.
There is Keith Topless then, the number 67 machine, still right there in third position. There is a back marker to contend with there, and it is going to be Oliver Granger who gets there first and makes the move then. Keith Topless has had a little bit of a hold up there. He goes for the inside line, and it doesn't quite work for him this time around, does it? No, he loses a drive on the exit there, and I think that could well be his only opportunity there.
Yeah, he knew he had to take the inside line there, but wasn't quite comfortable enough to be able to get around it as smoothly. I'm sure he would have liked to. So I think that's giving Granger the breathing room he needs just on the last few corners that he has to contend with as he makes his way around. You can see just how loose that off-road is. You can see where it's been brushed clean. But that is Granger to take second and Topless to take third. Watch a bit further back. That was John Oakes taking fourth.
There we go. Here comes the battle for fifth place. There looks like who is that stopped on the end of the dirt section? I didn't quite pick up a number there, unfortunately.
I think that was James Crombie. So next to come across the line, it is that mid-pack battle. So we've got Tommy Sayer, Dean Clark, and Simon Wadsworth, and I think that was Gavin Scaife. And then we've got the number 41 followed by 56 and 150.
Yes, Andrew Murray there just coming across the line then. Good result then for Andrew as the rest of the runners and riders make their way through this final dirt section. Then everybody opting for that outside split lane. Through comes the number 58 bike of Max Rhodes and the 79 bike as well of Bennett.
So that was our final Supermoto Group C race of the day, sponsored by Contract Solutions. So hopefully our live timing should now be sorted out for our Supermoto Group B. So we'll just wait for our riders to make their way down from that top paddock. They should be down shortly for Supermoto Group B, sponsored by Race IQ.
Yeah, a big thanks to Race IQ as well for supporting the British Supermoto Group B races here for the British Supermoto Championship, and it's safe to say that seems as though it's going to be a very impressive bit of kit. Is the Race IQ, of course, will allow you to get data and whatnot from. Is it a no GPS I saw as well? So it's a pretty impressive kit. I'm sure you'll be able to tell us how it all works.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure they're going to be using sort of the data you get from your live timing, and then able to sort of convert that into something a little bit more user-friendly and a little bit more useful as well. So to be able to help the riders see which lines were better, being able to really sort of get into the nitty-gritty of the race data that they get, to be able to use that to make them better racers.
And I suppose that can be applied across all different disciplines of racing as well, whether it's 2 wheels, 3 wheels, or 4. Or even off-road or on-road.
Yeah, absolutely. I think once that gets up and running, it'll be a really great, I'd say, tool for any racer's toolbox to be able to sort of have that information on hand, as well as sort of team bosses that want to see how their racers are getting on and sort of monitor that data. So definitely worth keeping an eye out on Race IQ.
Well, here's the riders for the Race IQ Group B race here, their third race of the day. And I'm sure we'll have the race results in just a moment's time then. But there in the split screen, we do have the podium for the C race.
Yeah, so on the top step there, it is Noah Guillory there. Alongside him, he's got Oliver Granger in second, and then Keith Topless again in third. So that's his second third of the day. I'm sure he'll be happy with that. He would have liked to have moved up, but I think battling at the front's probably just as fun. So a good day for all three of those. So I'm sure they'll now all make their way back up, or they might stay down here just to make sure they can watch the final races of the day, because I'm sure these are all going to be action-packed.
Well, so far today it's been wins for Darrell Pennington and Blaine Pearson. Of course, in the first race, Darrell Pennington led Craig Forshaw and Jason Slater across the line. Darrell and Craig then was promoted into the A race. So race number 2 then for these guys was Blaine Pearson from Simon Burgess and Jason Slater, again their third position. So he remains in the B race there. There's number 51 of Jason Slater. And with that, right on cue, comes into our shot and lines up on pole position. So Jay Slater on pole position then on that number 51 machine. Trips.uk support for Jason.
Yeah, Jason, we know he loves the off-road, so not surprised to see him pushing at the sharp end in our B group here on board that KTM. So we are also keeping an eye out on that live chat function on YouTube, so if you are watching, I can see a few people cheering on. We've got Jay Smith being cheered on there. I think that's from Neil J, who's watching at home. Jamie Duncan again cheering on his teammate Richard Blakeman, and it was Abby that was Chris Hodgson's number 1 fan sat watching at home. And then again, well done Blame from Team Smith. So Team Smith sat watching at home, cheering on Blaine Pearson, who was in our previous B race and has been promoted to the A's for our final race of the day.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to how he gets on in the A race later on, but of course in the meantime there is the number 44 machine. So there he is, I found him in the end of Ian Bremner, and apologies for that earlier faux pas, but we are ready for a race start here. So the red flag is taken away, all eyes to the lights, and away we go. And there is Bremner from the rear of the field then, looking to make up more positions as they race towards mere hairpin for the first time. But let's have a look at our race leaders then. Who is going to get the whole shot?
And it is Jason Slater, followed by Paul Rhodes and Dean Wingate, and then Paul Reynolds as they make their way down the banking. So we'll make sure everyone gets through here smoothly. It looks like a little bit of bashing bars there around that rector cell, but everyone appears to have made it through in one piece as they head into our paddock section there.
Just saw a quick glimpse of Bremner there. Looks like he's made up at least 2 or 3 positions there. Through the shot goes Andy Hayes then, with the black and blue leathers and the bright yellow crash helmet there for the number 18 of Andy Hayes then. Of course, also in this race is the number 99 of Mike Norbury, just his second meeting with the British Supermoto Championship. But here is your race leader then, the number 51 of Jason Slater, ahead of the number 8 of Paul Rhodes. Of course, earlier on today as well, it was a battle of the Pauls, with Paul Rhodes leading Paul Reynolds across the line for 4th and 5th position. But this time around, the number 125 machine of Dean Wingate, he was 9th place earlier on today, so it's great to see him up there inside the podium positions at the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, Dean making that switch from Husqvarna to Honda, I think, at our last round at Three Sisters. So I'm sure he's probably still getting to grips with setup on that Honda CRF 450 in those cool looking retro graphics. If you get a chance to have a look, it's a smart looking bike. In front of him there is teammate Paul Rhodes, who's been coming back from injury that he sustained at the start of the season. So really good ride from him to be up there pushing at the sharp end of our B race.
Watching them go through then, looks like a 1 second gap has opened up between Paul Rhodes and Dean Wingate, the number 8 and the number 125. There they go, streaming through the shot then. Paul Reynolds up next on bike number 10, ahead of the number 323 of Scott Wright, who was 7th earlier on. He's currently in 5th place and 1 second ahead of Andy Hayes on bike number 99, who has the 97 bike all over his rear end. That's Dax Almond.
Yeah, Scott Wright also having a really good day. So, little bobble there as he headed into the inside berm, but another rider that took a little bit of a break away from the sport, went and did motocross for a while, but has come back to Supermoto and he's really enjoying his riding and coming on leaps and bounds each week as well. So, he was our rider of the day, I believe, at Rowra. That was Bremner there in shot, just taking that inside line. And we've got the two cranked up racing riders and teammates Rick Owen and Sean Jones there rounding up that group.
So a half a second gap between Dean Wingate and Paul Reynolds. Then, of course, Dean Wingate on the... looks like we've got a fall there just off of the screen. We'll pick that up in just a second, I'm sure. But it is still Slater, is it there, from Rhodes? But this time round is Rhodes taking the race lead ahead of Slater.
Yeah, Rhodes made a really good pass there. And I'm really, really glad to see him out of the front on a race. See there, that fall that we've seen just outside our commentary box, that's Ollie Sims there. I think he just took the front and landed on our hay bale. But he's back up and I'm sure he'll rejoin. So he's had a tough day so far in this B group with a stall in race 1 as well. But back to the front, our leaders, there is Paul Reynolds out in front, again taking that inside line. He's doing really well to hold up the 51 of Jason Slater through this off-road, so we know just how much it is his forte.
A little bit of bobble there as they go from the right over to the left-hand side there, laying the bike down almost against the tarmac there, but the number 8 of Paul Rhodes then with the 51 of Jason Slater all over his rear tyre as they drop down now through that split lane section and onto the tarmac once more. Slightly different line just out of shot there for the number 323 of Scott Wright as he looks to open up an advantage on the riders behind then. Let's have a look at the timing tower as they come across the line then. Andy Hayes and Dax Solman there in 6th and 7th. And then it's Spafford ahead of Mike Norbury and the 101 bike of Neil Meelan inside the top 10.
Yeah, Meelan was a faller on our last lap of the second B group race. So he's had a good recovery ride to come back through the pack. But again, there's our two cranked up racing teammates making their way down the straight. Scott Wright looking like he's pushing that KTM and willing it on to chase down the number 10 Automotive Solutions team boss, Paul Reynolds. So Slater going out onto that loose stuff. Looks like he's trying to take a little bit of a different line. But again, does follow Reynolds through the inside. Slater there, quite clever really. Watched him come round the inside berm, but then as he exited, went a little bit wider just to make sure that there was no way that Dean Wingate could be able to get the run on him up the hill towards the exit of the off-road. So clever riding there from the 51 of Jason Slater.
We're just about to see them dropping down now onto the tarmac then and heading towards Mere Hairpin once more, but it just gives you an idea as to the elevation as they make their way off of the tarmac and on towards the second of the dirt sections here. They're just dropping down now, leading the group of 3 then is Mike Norbury, of course, the man who's second here in the road racing capacity back in 2019 on the CBR 600 Honda. That's 5 years ago now, when he was second in the Gold Cup, but currently he is right there in 7th place, 5.1 seconds behind the number 99, of Andy Hayes.
Yeah, there's Andy Hayes just landing back onto the paddock section from that banking. But again, that gap between the 323 of Scott Wright and Paul Reynolds looking about similar compared to the last lap. I believe it's probably the off-road where Scott's making up his time. But Paul Rhodes hasn't managed to break away from Jason Slater just yet, has he?
No, you're absolutely right. It was very close as they came across the line this time around, and I think it's safe to say that the gap hasn't opened up much this time around either. So we've got 3.5 laps to go as they make their way once again through the right, over to the left-hand side and in towards the second of the sections. Through the picture goes Mike Norbury there in 7th position, just ahead of Neil Meelan on bike 101, and then the 59 bike of Dan Billum. So that is your top 9 at the moment then. 117 of Spafford rounding out the top 10. As we watch our race leaders then very shortly heading in towards Mere Hairpin. There they are, almost sideways there as they drop down in towards Mere Hairpin. And it's... I don't think the camera quite shows just how steep it is from the lip as they leave the road down into the paddock there, does it?
No, it really doesn't. It was also a slight shame that we don't have maybe static camera just watching these riders head into that what would be mere hairpin and making their way round the wrecked cell at the bottom there. I know I did see a video on YouTube, on Facebook yesterday, that I think one of our photographers had done, and it just shows that the riders are absolutely sideways. Those riders that can back it in, I'm sure Paul Rhodes can, absolutely sideways going into there, and a real sort of the essence of Supermoto there. This track really lending itself to what Supermoto is all about.
Absolutely, we've got the off-road sections there, the big jumps, and also the hard braking as well, where the real spectacle of Supermoto there, where they throw it sideways. It's all on show as the race leaders then just in the foreground make their way through. There is number 125 Dean Wingate there with Paul Reynolds just behind him as well. The 323 of Scott Wright doing everything he can to promote himself up another position, but he is there inside the top 5 at this stage.
Yeah, Scott doing what was right there, which was taking the split lane. Just in case Paul Reynolds made a mistake, he was there to pick up the pieces. He just wasn't quite fast enough through the off-road to be able to use that to make a pass. So there, the 43 racing and cruising rider of Oliver Ross, then followed by Brett Barlow, Ian Bremner, and who's that on the TM, followed by Dax Almond. Let's take a look at our timing. So I think that was... oh, it's not Jake Jennings. Mike Francis on board that TM there.
51 then of Jason Slater, a little bit sideways as he landed from that jump then in the first of the dirt sections, but a quick look over the right hand shoulder from the number 8 machine of Paul Rhodes. He is leading the way there, but it could well be that he's not 100% comfortable, especially with Jay Slater being that close behind him with only one lap to go when they cross the line.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Paul Rhodes is a little bit less race fit. So he has been out for most of this season. You can see there he has taken that last lap flag, so he'll know now he needs to make that Husqvarna as wide as possible to stop Jason Slater being able to find a way to squeeze that Trips UK KTM through any sort of gaps.
Dropping down into the lower paddock there, and Paul Rhodes is got to do everything he can to hold on to that race lead ahead of the number 51 of Jason Slater. But Jason Slater, he had a third place earlier on this morning. He had a third place earlier on this afternoon. He would dearly love to make it a race win in this final race of the day. But Paul Rhodes is going to do everything he can to make sure that the race win is all his.
Yeah, and he's definitely pushing Paul Rhodes right to the very end. You can see him there trying to go wide and see if he can maybe cut up the inside, which, yeah, he has. Oh, the bash bars, and it's Slater that comes off worse there. But he has actually blocked Rhodes. So Wingate goes round the outside along with Paul Reynolds and Scott Wright. So Slater there really losing out.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's going to lose another position there as well to Andy Hayes on bike number 99 then. So outside the top 5, unfortunately, for Jason Slater. But, the man who'll be rubbing his hands saying thank you very much is going to be the number 125 of Dean Wingate. He was 9th position in race number 2, but it's a race win in race number 3 for the Race IQ Supermoto Group B. So we've had an incident here as well.
That's Scott right there, just having a little bobble just on the final corner. Hopefully he hasn't lost too many places there, so he has slotted in again just in front of Andy Hayes. So he's come home in 4th. But it was Dean Wingate, like you say, that took that race win. He capitalised on the mistake made by Slater and Rhodes.
So the rest of the riders then making their way down from the split lane across the line, and so it was Merlin Norbury ahead of the number 59 machine of Dan Billum, and then it was Spafford ahead of the 43 bike of Oliver Ross to round out the top 10. And it was Bremner. Slater comes across the line then in the 12th position ahead of the number 619 and the 46. That's Brett Barlow and Mike Francis. Rounding out the top 15 then is the 236 of Dan Spencer.
Yeah, Dan there making a good pass on Duncan Wright as they headed up that off-road, so managed to get the drive on him and just pipped him to the exit back onto the tarmac. But again, that was a really exciting B Group Race 3.
Well, you just knew that going into that final berm then on the final lap that something was going to happen, and as ever, it promised, and it did. But unfortunately, Jason Slater, the biggest loser from that one, finishing at the end of that one outside of the top 10, despite the 2 third-place finishes earlier on this morning and this afternoon.
Yeah, Slater, you could see him lining it up a couple of laps back. He tried to go down the inside, but wasn't able to sort of make that pass.
So we are now expecting the next race to be coming out onto the circuit in just a few moments' time, and this, of course, will be the Trips.UK British Supermoto Group A race. And this will see the likes of the number 1 machine of Chris Hodgson, Alex Mullaney in there as well, and quite a few other notable names who will all be vying for the race victory. But the Trips.UK British Supermoto Group A race, well, will soon be with us.
So our A group riders now making their way round for their warm-up lap. We've just had confirmation from race control to let us know that the riders have decided that they would not like to do the reverse grid here at Oliver's Mount. I think that's probably down to sort of the width of that start-finish straight. It is quite narrow, and mixing all these riders up on pace on that first lap could cause a little bit of an incident. So the riders themselves have chosen that they don't think it's the best idea to have the reverse grid. So that means it should be Chris Hodgson on pole, followed by Jace Smith and then Richard Blakeman, who were our podium finishers from race 2. So on cue, there's Chris Hodgson.
Absolutely, the TM Leeds UK supported rider then, of course, race winner earlier on today. In both events, actually, for Chris Hodgson. And, well, the number 33 machine of Jay Smith will be looking to put one over on Chris, I'm sure, as we take a look at the number 54 machine of Richard Blakeman then. Of course, the only rider flying the flag for the Fat and Fast Racing team this weekend. Unfortunately, championship leader coming into this weekend. Jamie Duncan not here this weekend, but he's resting and recovering after a unfortunate get-off week or so ago. Doesn't that just get you pumped up, ready for the final race of the Group A Supermotos? And away they go then for race number 3 of 3, and a bit of dust being kicked up as they leave the tarmac, leave the grid then, and race towards mere hairpin. So we're keeping a watchful eye now on who will get the whole shot. The previous 2 times around, it's been Jay Smith, and there he is again. Smith from the number 1 machine of Hodgson, and then Alex Mullaney ahead of Blakeman. It's well, it's been 3 from 3 for our top 4 there. Lee Williams, I'm sure, is right there in contention as well. There he is, in fact, just behind the 311 machine, so he's a little bit further down the order from what we expected earlier on today. But of course, he did have a unfortunate incident in the second race not too long ago.
Great start there from Darren Wells. So he slotted in behind the 54 of Richard Blakeman in 5th. So rider that's not always with us, he's come back for this round, and you can see him there launching over that tabletop, followed by the 217 of Richard Sharp, who'll be trying to make up as many places as he can in this race
following a tricky first 2 races of the day. There's our 151 of Blaine Pearson. Looks like we've got yellow flags.
Flag. Oh, 2 riders down there. There's 2 riders on the inside berm there, wasn't there? And we're looking now. Is that Alex Mullaney? Doesn't seem to be in that lead group.
Yeah, we're missing a Trips UK rider and Alex Mullaney. So I think maybe Chris Walker down there, potentially. Chris and maybe Alex Mullaney. Like you say, we're missing him from this front group. Oh, Richard Blakeman there, looking like he was easing off as they headed into that first corner, or am I wrong?
Well, we'll soon have an answer to that question there as they go in towards the paddock then from the top and down in towards the lower half of the paddock then. And there is Richard Blakeman's in 4th place behind the number 217 machine of Sharp.
Yeah, Richard Sharp there managed to make the pass on the 54 of Richard Blakeman, but the gap out now to Chris Hodgson has opened up with the 33 and the number 1 breaking away from this group after that incident on lap 1. So it was Chris Walker and Alex Mullaney that were our fallers. They've dropped down our timing screen quite considerably.
Into that section of the circuit there where Walker and Mullaney did go down. It's been a bit of a difficult weekend there for Alex Mullaney. He's been elbowed off of the podium twice, and now he's even further down the order than what he'd like to be. But the number 33 of Jay Smith then still leads the way ahead of the number 1 of Chris Hodgson. Now 2 times previously has Jay Smith led the way from Chris Hodgson, and Chris has managed to find a way through and sneak both wins. So Jay Smith will be doing everything he can and using all his defensive mechanisms to make sure that he stays behind.
Yeah, I think that was Seth Gibson there, maybe having a little bit of a moment in the off-road. We just caught the tail end of that. But hopefully Jay Smith can clinch a win from the number 1 of Chris Hodgson. It won't give him the overall for today. Hodgson will know that. He'll know that if he stays where he is, he should win the overall for today. I think that is again Seth Gibson down in the off-road on board that Honda.
It's been a lap to forget there for Seth, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really, really has. He's had a good day otherwise, though. Seen him there pushing into the top 10, so good riding from Seth. Just a little bit of unfortunate luck, I think.
Yeah, and it's so easily done as well, isn't it? But here's our dicing duo at the front of this race then. The number 33, Jay Smith, still leading. The number 1 plate holder of Chris Hodgson. To the left-hand side, now over to the right, back over to the left there. Bit of a flip-flop section there for Jay Smith and Chris Hodgson, but it is still Hodgson doing the chasing and Smith being chased. Now, looking in the split screen, we've got quite a few riders all battling frantically for the minor placings there. But race leaders then already across the line, and interestingly enough, it is Chris Hodgson who's fastest by 0.5 of a second than Jay Smith as they once again slither into mere hairpin and in towards the paddock section. But it is Jay Smith and Chris Hodgson well and away out in front of this one.
Yeah, and the pace again has got even quicker than it was this morning. So Hodgson doing a 1:12.7. I think our fastest lap previously we were into the 1:13s, but both Smith and Hodgson down into the 1:12s, with Richard Sharp and doing a 1:13, followed by Richard Blakeman currently doing a 1:14. So he's going to have to pull his finger out if he wants to battle up the front and retake that position from Richard Sharp.
Well, Richard Sharp, he had a difficult first race earlier on this morning, but he's right there in podium contention as we speak, as you mentioned there, albeit 4.3 seconds behind this battle at the front of the race, being led by Jay Smith and Chris Hodgson, but Richard Blakeman there ahead of Wells, and then it's Lee Williams in 6th place ahead of Sayer Hillier. There's that Groom and Mullaney, so Alex Mullaney's inside the top 10 now.
Yeah, good recovery ride from Alex. He's ridden really well all weekend, just a few little niggly mistakes that have cost him. Darren Wells still doing really well to hold on to that 5th place, so great ride from him so far. He's currently doing a 1:15.3, followed by the 94 of Lee Williams.
Mullaney, a 1:14.8 compared with Dean Hillier's 1:16.5. Just goes to show that Alex Mullaney does have the pace to be running in the front group, but unfortunately that incident there with him and Chris Walker has seen him drop towards the rear of the field then. But over the jump then in the first dirt section, it is still Smith from Hodgson. Now, is Hodgson doing everything he can to keep tabs on Jay Smith, or is he just watching him and ready to pounce?
Yeah, Hodgson will know that he can stay exactly where he is and it won't affect his overall for the championship points that he so desperately needs. So he'll know exactly what he's doing. He'll be keeping the pressure on, and he'll be staying in just the right place that he needs to be to pick up the pieces if Smith does make a mistake. But Jay needs to just keep his head down, like he said, not let the red mist descend and cause any offs. But as it stands, I think Chris won't be pushing the issue too much.
You could well be right there as they drop down into the lower paddock once more. Jay Smith, we are at half race distance now, so we do have 5 laps complete and now 5 laps to go as we make the way towards the latter half of the paddock section, then round the right to the left and back to the right before getting the power down there. Hard on the brakes now in towards the first of the dirt sections, but Smith and Hodgson, 0.7 of a second is the gap.
Yep, you can see these two riders still really pushing at the sharp end. Both Hodgson, I think, almost doing a new fastest lap there, so he's still down in those 112s, whereas Jay's last lap was a 113.3. So, but Jay managing to holding off. He's not making any mistakes. He's being consistent, and as you know, consistency is key, especially when it comes to championship points. So a second is better than, say, a fifth if he was to make a mistake and drop down the order in this final race.
Yep, absolutely, and the same can be said for Jay Smith there. It's not lap times that score points, it's race position there. He's in the perfect position at the moment there, leading the charge ahead of Chris Hodgson. There he is. Oh, he's just out of shot a second then. Watching that with bated breath as they make their way towards the paddock section once more. But here we're looking at the number 100 machine of Alex Mullaney then. Hard onto the tarmac then. So Mullaney still there in 9th position, is he? And he's lapping a 1 minute 16.4. So he's a few seconds away from his personal best of the race so far. But of course, the further up the field you go, it's going to get more and more difficult to make those all-important overtakes.
Yeah, Mullaney there trying to find a way past the 108 of Dean Hillier. You can see him trying to line it up to outbrake him down that long start-finish straight. But that gap out to Jay Smith's opened up ever so slightly from Hodgson. Just a little bit of breathing room. He'll know that Hodgson's still there and he can't let off the gas. But that does give him a little bit of breathing room, takes the pressure off ever so slightly as they head down now onto the start-finish straight.
Yep, the laps are ticking by now. We've had 7 laps complete as we watch in the split screen here. A 1 minute 12.089 for Chris Hodgson, so he's not letting up here. Jay Smith was a 1 minute 12.5 on that previous lap, so 0.7 of a second is the gap. In towards the paddock then. Jay Smith, 33, Chris Hodgson, number 1. 54 of Richard Blakeman has moved up in front of Richard Sharp there and is now 4 seconds ahead. So I'm not 100% sure what's happened to Richard Sharp on that lap, but Richard Sharp on the number 217 bike did a 1 minute 24.6 compared to his best of the race, a 1 minute 13.4.
Yeah, Sharpie's definitely had an issue there on that last lap, whether it be self-inflicted or maybe a little bit of an assist from the 54 of Richard Blakeman, we do not know. But what it does mean is that Richard Blakeman has got himself back up to 3rd, where he's finished the first 2 of these A group races previously today. So he has had 2 thirds so far, and at the moment it's looking like we're about to have the 3-peat of that podium unless Jay Smith can keep out in front of Chris Hodgson, which at the moment he's doing rather well.
So 1 minute 12.946 on that lap, and Hodgson a 1 minute 13.531, so he's pulled out the gap once more to 1.3 seconds, and was that rider stopped on the outside of the circuit there, didn't quite catch it, but we do have a yellow flag as they go in toward the second of the dirt section. I can't quite see who it is from this distance, but Alex Mullaney has made his way through on the number 100 bike. Here he comes across the line then, so Alex Mullaney in 7th position. There is your leading duo with 1.5 laps to go. Again, inside lines for both Smith and Hodgson. 33 still leads, number 1, out of the dirt section in towards Farm Bends, and this is where it gets a little bit tricky for the leaders. Of course, Jay Smith will get onto the back marker first, and as we mentioned so many times earlier on, it can either work for you or against you. But Jay Smith, he'll have the better position when they encounter the back marker then, as they drop down from the split lane onto the start-finish straight to start what will be the final lap.
Yeah, Jay Smith's going to encounter these back markers first, so it's going to be his job to pick how he's going to tackle them. So it looks like there he was coming up on, I believe that was Dale O'Connor. Dale looking like he's made himself scarce and got out of the way of these two. Hodgson all over the back of him now, so he's absolutely on the rear wheel of that Trips UK KTM of Smith. See them there heading through that paddock section. So Chris has really lit that TM 450 up and is not giving him an inch.
No, absolutely not. This could well be the closest that we've seen them all raced long. We are on lap 10 of 10, and Jay Smith doing everything he can to hold on to that race lead. Then again, inside lines for both Smith and Hodgson, so just a few more opportunities left for Chris Hodgson, to get the better of Jay Smith. But the gap, what's that, around about half a second or so as they go through Farm Bends. It looks like a rider just moving out of the way there, so blue flags will be waving as the leaders make their way through, so no more back markers will come into play for this race.
Yeah, Smith there looking like he got the better drive from that inside berm, but it is Smith that takes a race win, followed by Hodgson, and we'll now wait for Richard Blakeman to come across the line in a well-deserved third place. But you can just see now sort of how large the gap is back to third. We saw Blakeman was all over the back of these, but a tricky first lap for him has meant that gap opens up quite considerably to the top two, and across the line it was actually 21 seconds behind Chris Hodgson. So Richard Blakeman finishing off in a lonely third place, followed by Richard Sharp, Darren Wells, great ride from him, the 94 of Lee Williams, and then Alex Mullaney slotting in there in 7th. And then now across the line we've got Dean Hillier and Jake Sayer on board that Honda. We'll watch now. So yeah, there's the two Trips UK riders, Paul Groom, Harley Sharp, and then we've got Peter Bennett to take 12th.
Yep, there goes the 666 machine of Darryl Pennington, of course the man who took victory in the B race 2 earlier on this afternoon. He's there in 13th ahead of the 145 of Luke Armitage, and then the 155 bike of Chris Walker to round out that top 15. Blaine Pearson, number 151 in 16th position ahead of Craig Forshaw, and the number 41 of Dale O'Connor in 18th position. But just to recap, there is a 1.5 second advantage at the checkered flag then for Jay Smith, and it's 2 second places and a race win on the day here for round number 6 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship for Jay Smith. As Chris Hodgson makes his way across the line there, we can see on the camera shot here, next up is the number 33 of Jay Smith. There he is, giving a wave to the crowd and the fans here on the banking. But Jay Smith, Chris Hodgson and Richard Blakeman is your top 3. The podium finishes there. Number 217, Richard Sharp. I'd love to know what happened to Richard there. Of course, at one point he did a 1 minute 24 compared with his best of a 1 minute 13. So a little bit of an incident there in the midpoint of the race for number 217, Richard Sharp. And then rounding out the top 5, number 941, Darren Wells, ahead of the 94 of Lee Williams. Alex Mullaney, a former British under-21 champion, there in 7th place ahead of Dean Hillier, Jake Sayer, and the 138 bike of Paul Groom. Harley Sharp, Peter Bennett, Darryl Pennington, as we mentioned, there in 13th place, Luke Armitage, Chris Walker, Blaine Pearson, Craig Forshaw, and then Dale O'Connor. Fastest lap, incidentally, went to Chris Hodgson with a 1 minute 12.089. That was half a second quicker than anybody else's fastest lap. The second fastest was that of the race leader of a 1 minute 12.504, as they came across the line 1.5 seconds separating them. Well, that was certainly an eventful Trips.UK Supermoto Group A Race 3 that we've just witnessed there. But Chris Hodgson then with the 2 second places and two first places and 1 second position then looks set to take the overall win here at Oliver's Mount. So while we get prepared for the Academy race number 3, I'm sure Isabel Wingate will be up here any moment now. But, of course, we do have 2 more Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship events later on this year. The first of which will be at Teesside. The second of which, which will be race number 8 of 8, will be held at Three Sisters over there in Wigan. But there we can see our top 3 just making their way around now, and I'm sure we'll be able to have a quick word with them, with Danielle, in a few moments time. But big thanks of course to Bathmate and TM, of course, supporting our overall race winner, number 1 of Chris Hodgson, and also Race IQ as well. So we'll soon be getting the Academy race number 3 underway. There we can see him just to the left hand side of your picture, ready for their race start. Pole position there is the number 40 of Archie Ormrod. He's taken 2 victories so far out of the 2 races. But just waiting now to say or have a few words from our top 3 finishers in the Trips.UK Supermoto Group A Race 3. But we are about to get underway with the Academy race number 3, and away they go. Good start there for Archie Ormrod as he makes his way from pole position heading towards Mere Hairpin. So it looks as though we're ready to go down there with Danielle to have a word with our top 3 finishers in the Trips.UK race number 3 Group A's. Over to you, Danielle.
Yeah, especially you, Dave.
So I'm here with Richard Blakeman again, 3rd place, so consistent at least.
Yeah, well, I was 4th. Sharpie passed me, and yeah, I thought I'll just sit here, I'll get a 3rd over on the day, and then Sharpie fell off, so he lost the front down the bottom, and yeah, just nipped up the inside and just kept a nice little gap with him then. So not too bad. Good weekend, really good event this year, and yeah, I enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, everyone said how much they've enjoyed coming up here and how good the track's been.
Yeah.
We know a lot of off-road suits you guys quite a lot, doesn't it?
Well, not in that last race. I got real tired, but no, it's been real good. The layout on both days have been really fantastic, and I can't thank Dave and Andy enough, really. So,
yeah, they have put on a great event.
And all the lads who have built the track, should we say? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
Chris
so
Walker.
We'll jump across here. So not quite the same podium as our first 2 races of the day. You have come in second, but it does mean you've got the overall, which championship points what matter.
Yeah, I mean, it was a kind of race in my head there, but Jay actually ran a really good race. Yeah, he was a lot better, a lot smoother, so he didn't really give me a chance to make a pass or get anywhere near him. But yeah, absolute cracking event put on by the Nora Sport team and all the track builders, and yeah, hopefully we can come back again. And yeah, massive thanks to David and the Italians for coming over this weekend, my little Mario and Luigi.
We have been said that one of them does look very similar to Gino D'Acampo, but that's besides the point. At least they've come over and seen you actually do quite well. You've done all right. You've made it onto the podium. You've had worse weekends, I'm sure it's fair to say. Anything you're going to be changing between now and Teesside?
I don't think so. I mean, I think we maybe have a little trip out on the bike just to try a few different things, and yeah, like I say, it's good to have these lads over, even though they're just mechanical, but they're from an international stage. You can see what we're doing here, and yeah, hopefully they'll try and get us abroad.
Yeah, that'd be great to see. So it's all good for British Supermoto to be seen on sort of a worldwide stage. But again, our race winner, fortunately it's going to bring you second on the day, but great ride, you rode with your head all weekend, and like you say, 6 out of 6 hole shots this weekend.
Yeah, so we got 6 out of 6 hole shots, led every race, no crashes, you know, finished everything second and first. You know, it's exactly what I needed to do, you know, and yeah, massive thanks to everyone. Thanks to my family, my wife, my little boy, you know, and especially, you know, Trips UK and the Walker Group for all the effort they've put in remodelling the circuit, and everyone else at Nora Sport, you know, so keeps me in a strong position going into round 7, you know, more of that and then happy days.
Yeah, so our round 7 will be held at Teesside on the 28th and 29th of September. But we will rejoin with Bradley and Belle Wingate for our final Academy Race 3.
Thank you very much, Danielle, there, and big congratulations, of course, to the overall winner of Chris Hodgson. But in the meantime, we are on lap number 2, coming up towards the end of lap number 3 of the Academy race number 3. Archie Ormrod currently leads the way by 3.2 seconds there. Of course, a big thank you to all the sponsors and supporters here with the British Supermoto Championship. But Archie Ormrod 3.2 seconds up the road from Edward Darnton and Archie Reynolds. But while the podium presentation was going on, we did unfortunately have a bit of an incident there, didn't we, Izzy, with a number of few riders. Who was in that?
It was Lily Rhodes who took the front, and then Max didn't have anywhere to go, so they collided, and then Max Rhodes got run over by Jackson, so there was quite a pile up there.
But the good news is that they are all back up on their feet, and more importantly, back on the bike and in the race, aren't they? So it looked as though, I think it was Max there who looked as though he may have had a bit of an injury to his ribs there, but he's back on the bike and absolutely fine, which is always the best thing to report there. But Archie Ormrod then, a 1 minute 27 is his fastest lap of the race, ahead of Edward Darnton and Archie Reynolds. So Archie Ormrod, again, looking to extend his race lead, isn't he? There he is in the picture now, a little bit of a power wheelie then as he comes out of the paddock section in towards the first of the dirt sections, but it doesn't look as though Edward Darnton has got an answer for Archie.
No, I must say Cole Reynolds is doing really well as well.
No, you're absolutely right there. Number 10, Cole Reynolds, is having a great weekend, but it looks like we may have a red flag here, unfortunately. Not 100% sure the reason behind that one. Nothing immediately obvious from the pictures or outside of the commentary box there, but there is the number 40 of Archie Ormrod. At that time then he was 3.8 seconds ahead of Edward Darnton, as we mentioned then. There's the number 56 machine. Now that's one of the Road siblings, isn't it?
There's also Max, Josh, there's quite a few of them. It could possibly be Liam Pearson.
Yeah, we'll try and keep an eye out for the number 150 machine. There, just to the right-hand side, we can see the number 5 of Archie Reynolds. And who's that next to Archie there? I can't quite see.
That'll be Edward Darnton.
Edward Darnton, bike number 41 there.
I think it will be either Liam or Cole, because they're the only two that we haven't seen yet.
That's a good shout there. We'll certainly keep an eye on that one there. The number 6 machine of Tyler Clark is down here on the start-finish straight there. But
there's Cole Reynolds, I think.
Cole Reynolds, yep, number 10 machine. So the number 40 there, the number 58 and the 455. So the number 40, of course, was the race leader of Archie Ormrod. There's the number 5 of Archie Reynolds and the number 10 of Cole Reynolds. So everybody just being held on the exit of the first of the dirt sections. But Tyler Clark then, who's being held down here by himself, I think it's safe to say, was in 7th position at the time of the red flag, but just awaiting official confirmation as to what the situation is here at Oliver's Mount for the third race for the Supermoto Academy. But it's always a little bit nervous at times like these, isn't it? But when it is the red flag, you just stand there and have a quick chat with your mates, don't you?
Basically, yes.
So in situations like these, do you turn around and say to your mates, try catch up? But, off they go then. So it looks as though whatever the reason behind that red flag was has all been sorted then.
Will that be a restart?
That is a very good question. I'm sure we'll get confirmation very shortly. So we are seemingly lining up onto the grid here. Having a look down, Archie Ormrod there, bike number 40, will be the young man to take pole position. The number 6 there of Tyler Clark is just being held, having a word with one of our marshals here. So let's have a look down there on the grid then. So it's Archie Ormrod is there on pole position. Edward Darnton is there 2nd position. And Archie Reynolds, number 5 machine, lining up on row number 2. He was in 3rd position at the time of the red flag. Liam Pearson completes that front row. The 58 bike is there of Max Rhodes. Good to see Max out there after that bit of a pile-up at the end of lap number 1. Lily Rhodes there as well. 455 Josh Walker, the number 10 bike of Cole Reynolds, and the number 6 of Tyler Clark. So looks like we are just missing the one machine there, unfortunately. So we're looking up towards Farm Bends then, outside of the contribution position, sorry, but we do have one more bike coming here. It's the number 79 machine. That's Jackson Bennett, isn't it?
Yeah.
So there in your picture then, we can see the front 4 rows, and looks like we are all ready for another race start. Sounds as though it's going to be a slightly reduced race distance here of 4 laps or so. We'll get, of course, all of the updates passed over to yourself as soon as possible. But just checking that everything is as it should be then already. There we go. So, waiting for the red flag at the front. More importantly, the green flag at the back then. So the green flag has been shown. Red flag removed and all eyes to the lights, and away we go. And that is a good start there for the number 41 of Edward Darnton. So Edward Darnton there, is he, for my money? I think he may be taking the whole shot away from Archie Ormrod. Is that what you saw?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, we'll pick them up as you go in towards me a hairpin then. So will it be the number 41 or the number 40? Of course, Archie on bike number 40.
The start is so critical, as obviously it's harder once this gap's been pulled. It's obviously harder to catch people back up.
That's the trouble, isn't it? And especially, the start really can make or break your race, can't it? But a good start is key, as you mentioned there. So there is Archie Ormrod leading the way there. Is that Edward Denton there in second ahead of Archie Reynolds? Looks like the number 5 machine was there in third place as they make their way in towards the first of the dirt sections then, but everybody through safely this time around as they go in towards the dirt then and over the big tabletop jump. But it is Archie Ormrod then, the white and yellow wheels on the number 40 machine, who's looking again, taking the outside line, using the momentum around the outside berm to extend his advantage. But looks like Edward Darnton's got a few riders behind him looking to overtake.
Yeah, before I think Edward had got a gap, but obviously he's struggling to get that now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They were watching them come around now there in the number 5 machine. A slight hold up there for Edward Darnton. I thought the number 5 of Archie Reynolds was just about to capitalise on that one, but not quite this time around. 4th position, Liam Pearson then ahead of the number 10 machine of Cole Reynolds. Jackson Bennett ahead of Cole Reynolds as they come down to complete the first lap.
It looks like Max Rhodes got a lot better of a start this time as well.
That's good, as you mentioned, a good start there. He puts him in prime position there for the rest of the race. So we are showing 4 laps to go as the number 10 machine of Cole Reynolds makes his way across the line there. So Cole Reynolds credited with 6th there, it seemed, but with a lap time of 6 minutes 51. So we'll have to get a bit of an update on that one as they make their way towards the second of the dirt sections once again. And was that Liam Pearson just behind Archie Reynolds as they go in towards the dirt section? I didn't quite see that. Your eyes are better than mine.
I think it was quite close between them, definitely.
So the number 5 and the 150 are the machines that we're looking for, but in the meantime, Ormrod with a 2.2 second advantage over Darnton, but a 0.726 of a second difference between Archie Reynolds and Liam Pearson. There they were, just out of view as we watch your race leader of Archie Ormrod make his way in towards the second of the dirt sections, in towards what normally is the spectator bank in here at Oliver's Mount, but for this weekend it is a racetrack. Dropping down now onto the tarmac once more, and as you mentioned earlier on, there is a lot of style there from Archie. A bit of a mistake there from Edward Darnton, but he's got it all under control, took it in his stride with absolute professionalism and holds on to that second position. But the lap times are really close there between 2nd, 3rd and 4th, only around about 0.2 of a second.
Wow, that's... yeah.
So a 1 minute 28.5 for Edward Darnton is his best of the race so far, and a 28.3 for both Archie Reynolds and Liam Pearson. as they make their way towards Mere Hairpin once more. Just out of picture there, number 10 machine of Cole Reynolds making his way across the line. But through goes Archie Ormrod. But that battle for second place there, I don't know what way it's going to go. Who do you think is going to get the better of who by the end of the race?
I think definitely because Edward Darnton's on a 65. On the straights he has a lot less of, like the 85s will have an advantage on him there. But then on corners he's more confident. Oh, was that? Liam looked like he'd backed off quite a bit there.
So there's Darnton, number 41, just out of shot then, but we are watching Ormrod once more. So the number 40 machine right in our picture, but we'll keep an eye on that battle for third place. And it is the number 5 machine of Archie Reynolds, who is still there.
Has dropped off the back of that and he's just restarted the race.
Oh, it's a shame there for Liam Pearson on bike number 150. It was looking like it was going to go all the way down to the wire there, but Liam Pearson dropping a couple of positions here, and that will promote the likes of number 79 Jackson Bennett and the number 10. The 58 there of Max Rhodes, who's right behind him. So there goes the number 10 of Cole Reynolds out of the the first of the dirt sections and in towards Farm Bends then. And you'll remember from last year, Isabel, that it's really steep, isn't it, as you go through the left and up to the right.
The camera sometimes doesn't really show like how steep, or on the straights and like into corners you feel like you're going so much quicker, but then when you watch it back you're actually like, I could have gone into there so much quicker than I actually did. But then obviously in real life it feels so much quicker than it shows it on the camera.
Well, for me watching these guys, I think this is quick enough. I wouldn't want to go any quicker than this, but Archie Ormrod, there he is with the style over the jump then. Here's that battle for second place there, and Darnton and the number 5 machine in second and third position, of course. That is Archie Reynolds then, so it's a good battle for second place, and likewise a good battle for fourth there as well. It's that's Jackson and Max there, isn't it? Oh, but Max Rhodes hooks the front as he looks to make the overtake on Jackson Bennett, and Max Rhodes, he's quickly back on his feet there and looking to rejoin the race. He'll lose a position or so, but quick, get the bike all sorted and get back in the race there, Max. Pulling out the kickstart there, getting it all sorted, and the bike fired back into life as we watch Jackson Bennett, the man who almost came under pressure then from the number 58 of Max Rhodes, but this time around I think it's safe to say he's been a little bit let off the hook. But
Max hasn't had a very good he struggled. I think he's crashed a few times in this race, which is quite unfortunate.
No, you're absolutely right, but some days, and you'll know this better than most people there as well, is that some days everything goes to plan and other days it just really doesn't.
Yeah.
I think it's one of them days for Max, isn't it?
Quite unlucky as well.
No, definitely, yeah. It is looking good there to get the better of Jackson Bennett, but unfortunately it's, as we say, one of them things. But there he is in your picture now. He's dropped a few positions there, but he is in 8th place, just behind Lily Rhodes, of course, his sister there. And which one's the oldest? Which one's the youngest? Is Lily older than Max? Lily's older than Max there. So he's got his older sister in front of him, and Lily likewise will have a younger brother behind. But there is Archie Ormrod then. We are on the last lap here, so only about half a lap to go then. But Archie's been so good this weekend.
I think he got all seconds yesterday and then all first today, so...
It's great stuff there for the young man on bike number 40 as to make the way towards this split lane section for what will be the final time then. Just in the background there we saw a quick glimpse of that battle for second place between Darnton and Reynolds, but checkered flag beckons 3 from 3 today for the number 40 of Archie Ormrod there. Is that a late race challenge there? Not quite close enough between Edward Darnton and Archie Reynolds, so Darnton takes second place and Archie Reynolds takes third. Only half a second behind Edward, however.
Then is it Jackson Bennett and Liam Pearson, even after his crash before that.
Still inside the top 5, even after an unfortunate incident there for Liam Pearson. It's great stuff there. And it looks like we've got somebody who's just dropped it there on the inside berm.
That is Cole Reynolds.
Oh, great shame for Cole Reynolds there on the number 10 bike. He'll get it picked up and back on the track, I'm sure, as Tyler Clark makes his way past on bike number 6 right there in your Trips.uk split screen. But the next rider who will be coming across the line then will be
Max Rhodes
on the 58. Yep, Max there, and then the 455 bike
of Josh Walker.
So that is your top 9 then, just waiting for the number 6 bike of Tyler Clark to make the way through the split lane section and on to the start finish straight to take the checkered flag. But we've watched over the 3 races that I've seen today there, Isabel. Tyler has gone from strength to strength, and he's looking stronger each time he goes out on the bike.
He's obviously getting better.
Absolutely, but that's what it's all about there. But well, thank you very much for joining us once again there, Isabel. The younger of the Wingates, of course. So your dad had a relatively good weekend as well. But and you'll be at Teesside, I'm sure, in a couple of weeks' time. Yep.
Yep. Hopefully.
Great stuff. Well, hopefully we'll be seeing you back out on track in no time at all. But thank you again for joining us here.
See you. Bye. Thank you.
And thank you everybody else who's been listening here on the TNL Sports live stream here on the YouTube for the round number 6 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship here at Oliver's Mount in Scarborough. But from myself at least, I'll hand over to Daniel in just a second. But thank you everybody for listening online and around the circuit. From me, Bradley Hicks, bye-bye.
Well, I think you've said absolutely everything that needed to be said there, Bradley. A huge thank you to everyone that's made this weekend happen. So from everyone here at Oliver's Mount, all our marshals and helpers here with the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship, we will see you all at round 7 at Teesside on the 28th and 29th of September. We'll see you there.